We're gonna look at this thing right over here. So
Yeah.
this crash that happened, right? So this is kind of what I woke up to, and so like I even like retweeted. Like I woke up several times, saw like nothing had really more had developed, and I retweeted a journalist who like is a good source, right? And they were like, "It's ruled as an act of terrorism." I guess they did rule it as an act of terrorism or potential at some point, but like it's reckless driving. Look at him go. Apparently, what I've heard is this is also from the American side as well. So, of course, people were saying like our border is under attack by Hamas, coming in from Canada, even though this was going to Canada, right? So, what I've been told is that they were going to see a Kiss concert, and I guess they were just really excited about it. And they crashed so hard that their car exploded. The other thing is, it's like people are we sure it's not a Tesla driver? And it's like, it's actually quite tragic now, I think. It's like reckless driving. At least nobody else was hurt, but they were just trying to
cars
go see.
don't just blow up like that.
I mean, you see the air it got.
Yeah,
who
I
knows what happened?
don't.
Maybe
think
the guy
cars
started
blow up
having
like
a heart
that.
attack and accelerated.
It's possible, but I still don't think cars blow up like that. I would
I
have
don't
to
know,
see
man.
another example of something like that.
FBI says it's reckless driving. When has the FBI ever lied to us?
Yeah, when did that ever happen?
I got another picture as well. Like obviously there's some debris here as well, but I just all right, this one I just what do you think of this? He's clearing a fence. What if he's like, "Oh, I didn't bring my passport," and she's like, "We can't be late. We can't be late." And he's like, and he thinks that life is an action movie and jumped it. You can see the airbags are deployed as well here.
Yeah,
it looks. Anyway, I need to take an allergy pill.
It's pretty crazy.
So if we want to start with some YouTube stuff,
I'll click one of these links. Ads.
What is a world?
Alrighty.
Oh God.
This fucking guy. What happens if China wins?
This guy's the worst. Like if you look at his bullet TV video right in the intro, Richard is like, "I hate these people that use academia like Mearsheimer and discredit all of academia with their bullshit."
Now we're gonna see how. I'm excited.
With China as the sole dominant superpower look like? I mean, a little bit underlying our discussion is this kind of idea that U.S. is the good guys and China.
Do you know who this guy is at all?
Not really.
Awesome.
First of all, dividing the world into good guys and bad guys seems to somehow miss the nuance of this whole human civilization project we're undertaking. But what does the world look like? Where China is the dominant
old white guy, great,
in a unipolar world.
Well, I don't tend to think of the world in terms of good guys and bad guys. As a good realist, I think that states are states.
That's because you're a bad guy.
I already don't
discriminate
trust
between democracies. And
you're a bad guy.
But having said that, I am an American,
Right.
And as an American, I'm interested in the security of
like
my country, the survival of my country. So I want the United States to be the most powerful state in the world, which means I want the United States to dominate the Western Hemisphere. I want us to be a regional hegemon. And I want to make sure that China does not dominate Asia the way we dominate the Western Hemisphere. It's not because I think we're the good guys and they're the
Nobody who actually believes this talks like that. It's
No.
like reading a list of like the standard talking points of like the anti-American like Russian like aligned information access shit.
Hmm.
Like who uses
Yeah.
the word, like hegemon in like day-to-day life and shit, even people who are like in this. When has a
Mm.
president said something like that? Never.
It's
Trump
it's a very
do it.
Cold War word.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like third world.
Uh-huh.
bad guys.
Let's see if he uses that.
If I were Chinese and I were in Beijing and I were Xi Jinping's national security advisor, I'd tell him what we got to do is make sure we dominate the world or dominate our region and then do everything we can to undermine America's position in the Western Hemisphere, right? That'd be my view. So I guess you could say I do view the world in terms of good guys and bad guys because I'm an American and
More like
wanna,
us and them.
Kind of.
versus
yeah,
them,
it's us
I
and
guess.
them. That's a nice way to put it. Yeah, it's us versus them. Not so much good guys versus bad guys.
Is it possible to have a stable, peaceful world with a good balance of power, with where it's China and U.S. as superpowers? It's a bipolar world, no longer unipolar.
Yeah. Okay. So you're
Yeah,
hypothesizing.
What do
a
you
world-
mean?
Hmm.
Unipolar.
Yeah, America.
The world literally depends on China, right?
Yeah.
Like China might be more valuable to many people than the United States just because
Mm.
what does the United States
Manufacturing
actually
power.
provide?
Security. Realistically.
Money,
Yeah. Beyond that, it's all soft power, really.
hmm
Culture. It exports a
China
lot of culture.
China has everything.
Yeah, genocide
All
as well.
supply chains depend on China.
Yeah, for
So
now,
I
anyway.
would say China, in many respects, is more powerful than the U.S. The U.S. may have a military. The U.S. may have capital. The U.S. may have influence.
Mm. I don't know, because if the West cuts China off, they're screwed. So it's very
It's
tug of war.
it's like cutting out a Siamese twin and having both of them die.
Yeah, it's exactly right.
They dominate Asia.
Yeah.
And we dominate the Western Hemisphere.
Yep.
I believe there would be a great deal.
We're
of
also a Pacific
security.
nation.
Yeah,
We're not.
and I would argue that Japan would be a better regional hegemon. Even
like,
Indonesia.
we are also a Pacific nation. So
There
really,
will always be conflict.
it's Russia who we shouldn't have really much to do with. That's Europe's problem, not really our problem.
Yeah.
It became our problem because of the Cold War, but at the end of the day, if you reduce things to this level. But China is in a region that the U.S. has colonies in. Are those colonies justified? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that to think that this idea of the U.S. is only the Western Hemisphere is very ignorant of a lot of people. To not recognize that we have more than the North Atlantic. We also are a Pacific nation. Even if we didn't have those colonies, we would still be touching the Pacific Ocean. Hawaii is pretty far out there. And
about halfway through, I think.
If you look at like a dominance map, where every war is going on right now through the Levant, up through the Caucasus,
Mhm.
into Ukraine and Crimea, and then the Donbass. Like, you draw this little wavy line down, it's at the edge of America's influence in Europe.
Mm. Yeah.
The other side, where things are happening, it's also at the edge of America's influence. But the difference is that influence is actually coming against another superpower, being China. So
Mm.
that's why the competition, why you see so much of Chinese, like, we'll call them pranks,
Mhm.
right? Pranks. They're just fucking with those Indonesia fishing festivals,
Yeah, ramming into them.
Yeah.
I think it's Philippines. That's really the issue. The Filipinos are fucking hating them at the moment
Uh-huh.
because they keep ramming their Coast Guard ships as well.
And then
Crazy.
the U.S. also has a horrible history in the Philippines there too.
Yeah.
Like, that's where the U.S. was like, "Hey, we want to be a colonial project. What should we do?" And they
Yeah.
went to the Philippines.
Yep. And did what everyone does.
Oh,
Genocide.
they like some. It's funny because it's like on the colonial side, like every single colonial project out there, like some of them weren't that horrible. Like India wasn't that horrible compared to the extent of like genocide. Like, look at like Congo and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it's on the softer side of like, it's like the softer side of fascism, right? You can get
Mm.
there as well with Maloney.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And the Philippines, though, like, the fact that the torture that was inflicted on people was so bad that soldiers started defecting from America.
It says a lot.
Yeah, that doesn't quite happen in a lot of colonial genocidal
Mhm.
projects. You don't really see defection like that.
Yeah.
Competition, intense security competition between those two superpowers.
The definition of intense matters here. So it could be small military conflicts, or it could be extremely large, unstable military conflicts. Right?
Well, conflict, let's use the word war.
Okay.
So I distinguish
course
between
you would.
security competition and war. And what I'm telling you is you'll have an intense security competition where there's no shooting. Or if there's shooting, it's mainly proxies that are doing the fighting.
Got it.
I mean,
Much like
I
the
kind of
Vietnam
agree.
War, right? Or you could have a case where one of those superpowers was involved in a war against a proxy of the other superpower.
Mhm.
So like
Korean
Cold
War.
War.
Think the Korean War.
Mhm.
The United States fought the Chinese, who were allied with the Soviets at the time.
Mhm.
But a war between the United States and China, just like a war between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, that's what you really want to avoid. So I think you'd have an intense security competition, right? You'd have wars involving proxies of each of those two superpowers, and you would probably have some wars where one of the superpowers was involved in a proxy, right, with the other one of the other superpowers proxies.
So it seems likely then, if that's the case, then it would be Taiwan as the proxy, and U.S.
Why?
fighting China through the proxy of Taiwan.
Well, that would assume the United States, but you want to remember, you're hypothesizing a situation where China dominates Asia.
Oh, it
So-
already has dominated.
Yeah, it's already dominated Taiwan.
I see.
We
Well,
But-
where do you find the proxies?
well,
Australia?
the Middle East could be
Yeah.
a good case.
Oh wow.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Persian Gulf.
Okay, now
Oh,
that's
boy.
true.
Yeah, discussion of
The,
Israel
the Middle East could be a
more
case for
dramatic
using
things.
proxies, but also like the whole thing of like conditioning into proxies to label things as proxy wars. Like, there is certain things that are proxies and certain things that are not. So sometimes it's only proxy forces on one side. Most of the time it is actually.
Yeah.
So, good example, Donbass. The Russian forces were acting as a proxy for Russian influence. Obviously, Iranian militias, Shiite militias throughout the Middle East, right? And then people will say things like, the Kurds are the US proxy. No.
Mm.
But things like the YPG, and those factions, right?
Mm.
They're proxies of the PKK.
Yes.
Al
Yeah.
Qaeda groups have proxies. Notice how a lot of these things involve terrorism.
Mm.
Proxy wars, the fourth generation of warfare is specifically designed around terrorism specifically, right? So one example where it's like difficult to say where the proxies are is something like the Russian Afghan war or the Afghan jihad,
Mm.
right? There were proxy forces that were acting directly with an interest of other countries, but also these people would have fought anyway.
Yeah.
So is it a
It's
proxy
more of
war?
taking advantage of a situation than it is proxies. And especially in that case where the
They might have
CIA
taken
was
advantage,
arming.
but it doesn't necessarily. I don't want to, and it's not like I'm a Zeal Hawk apologist. I condemn
Mm.
him more than like any other leader in history besides like European ones. Like, I don't want to discredit that he was acting in his own interest to expand Pakistan's interest in the region.
Yeah.
But same with Saudi Arabia funding that stuff. But I wouldn't say that it's like they don't care as well about the people there. There's almost like they have a commonality, and because of that commonality, they see them as like rightful rulers over people in a way. Russia
Mhm.
kind of has this complex a little bit, but not so much the same as these people. They may have cared, and also not cared at the same time. It's not just 100% disingenuous for their own advantage.
Yeah.
Same with the United States intervening. Like that's a really good example of like it was done mostly because people actually cared about this situation. Like the U.S. didn't
Mm.
have much to gain there besides like, oh, we hurt the Soviets slightly economically for a little bit of money. It's not really a big motivator,
Yeah.
Israel gets involved. I think in this scenario, if you're talking about a U.S.-China competition, right, and you're talking about the Middle East, I think it's the Gulf. It's the Saudis, the Iranians,
Sure.
the
Uh-huh.
Iraqis. It's the oil.
Don't you think it could be
The
Israel versus
oil.
Iran with some very 1984 kind of dramatic partnership of Iran, Russia, and China versus the United States, Europe, and
No.
Israel?
I think that's possible. Yeah, I
No.
think it's possible. Yeah. Now that I mean, I hadn't thought about it until you said it, but yeah, I think that is possible.
Isn't that terrifying?
Yeah. Well, that in your scenario
Fun fact: China owns Russia now.
where China already dominates Asia and we
Yes.
dominate the Western Hemisphere, I think you start talking about where the most likely places that the United States and China go head to
Buddy,
head or fight
the
through
dude
proxy.
actually believes we dominate Europe.
That's,
Europe doesn't think about you at all, bro.
They just wish they were America.
I think it is the Gulf or the Middle East, and the scenario that you posit.
Alrighty.
Dumb.
Should we have another one?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a bunch of little ones that I got.
JD Hi-Fi's once again mega price pitches on now with Samsung Galaxy phones smashed! Like over 400 of this S22!
Wow.
352 of this S22
No
3 Ultra,
way.
and Galaxy A54 phones.
I should note down the ads.
Depends how long the stream goes.
You call this framework offensive realism.
Uh-huh.
Can you just give a overview of the history of the realism versus liberalism debate as worldviews?
Well, I think for many centuries now, the big divide within the world of international relations theory is between realism and liberalism. These are
my
time-honored
God.
bodies of theory. And before I tell you what I think the differences are between those two bodies of theory, it is important to emphasize that there are differences among realists and differences among liberals.
No way.
So when you talk about me as an offensive realist, you should understand that there are also defensive
that even
realists
mean?
out there.
Well, he's
and
going to
there
explain
are
it. Let him explain it,
a
Jack.
panoply of liberal theories as well. But basically, realists believe that power matters, that states compete for power, and that war is an instrument of statecraft. And
Oh my God.
liberals, on the other hand,
Revolutionary take,
have
bro.
what I would say is a more idealistic view of the world.
Okay.
This is not to say that they're naive or foolish, but they believe there are aspects of international politics that lead to a less competitive and more peaceful world than most realists see. And I'll lay out for you very quickly.
I'm not following. I
three
can't pay attention.
major liberal theories today that I think will give you a sense of the more optimistic perspective that is inherent in
We
the
get it.
liberal enterprise. The first and most important of the liberal theories is democratic peace theory. And this is a theory that says
better.
democracies do not fight against other democracies.
This
So the
bullshit.
more the world is
Okay,
populated with
That's so
democracy,
stupid.
less
That's so stupid. Do we need to bring up the map of what countries considered democracies?
Yeah, bring it up.
Okay.
Needs to be
The
brought
Reddit
up.
map?
Yep, the Reddit
I wish
map.
I had an updated one that had Afghanistan.
Oh, do they now claim that they're democratic?
No, they don't. That's why they need
I
to
was
be
gonna
colored in.
say. you should update it.
I mean, I could just make my own map because I use this so
Yeah.
much. This point so much.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
likely it is that we will have wars. And this basic argument is inherent in Francis Fukuyama's The End of History.
Fuck off.
He argues
Who
that
cares?
democracy triumphed first over fascism in the 20th century. It then triumphed over communism. And that means that in the future, we're going to have more and more liberal democracies on the planet. And if you have more and more liberal democracies and those
I
democracies
got it.
don't
They
fight
did.
each
I found
other,
an updated
you
one
will have
too.
more peaceful.
Huh? Good shit. Let's go.
Yeah, let me open the original image here.
Mhm.
So now, bro, this is the best quality we've had yet. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Green are countries that identify as democracies. Right? So we got the Vatican, Brunei. Remember we were
Uh-huh.
talking about them yesterday, right?
Yep.
This is like Qatar, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan.
Mhm.
So what is that? 5 countries that aren't democracies, huh?
Even Syria is colored in?
Syria. Well, they voted for Assad. They just had an election, did they not? Right? So, as far as this idea that there's like liberalism and realism, no. Like everyone has it's just like how people adopted Marxism to frame it into an authoritarian structure.
Mhm.
Right? These countries have now adopted democracy and liberalism to frame them into authoritarian structures, right?
Yes.
There is no not liberal society anywhere, right? There is no not federal society anywhere. It's all liberal, it's all federal, it's all capitalist now. It is literally, if we want to say if it's a unipolar world, it's unipolar in those 3 values. But then again, how can you dissect those values? It'd be crazy to throw all these countries into the same category and like that. But they are in one category like that. You can frame anything around anything.
World. That was his argument. It's a very liberal argument. A realist like me would say that it doesn't matter whether a state is a democracy or not. All states behave the same way because the structure of the system, getting back to our earlier discussion about international anarchy, the structure of the system leaves those states no choice, whether they're democracies or autocracies. And again, the liberal view, this first liberal theory, is that
Mhm.
democracies don't fight other democracies.
They do.
And therefore, the more democracies you
This
have,
is like
Well,
they
Kansas
they
does
have
it.
this thing where they'll be like, Muslims don't fight Muslims, right?
Mhm.
And then like, like the main criticism you'll hear from ordinary citizens in these countries of anything from Al Qaeda to a regime, from
Yeah.
like Assad to Al Qaeda, all of them will say you're killing other Muslims. Like that's like one of the default things.
Yeah. It's overlooking the facts and history and everything just to say something that fits your own narrative. It's very cool.
Try to unpack that a little bit. So on the Democratic
Try to
peace
unpack
theory,
that a little bit. How does that
and
nonsensical
democracies lead us to
statement?
elect
I need to make
I did
sense
speed it
of
up.
nonsense in my
I
brain
sped it
here.
up.
I know.
That's why it sounds so funny.
No, but that's what I'm saying with him. He's like trying to
Mm.
think, he's trying to process what this dude even said because it was just nonsense.
underlying assumption is most people want peace, and so they will elect peacemakers. So the more democracies you have, the more likely you have peace. And the realist perspective, what says that it doesn't matter if the majority of people want peace.
I mean, look, that's a pretty good deduction from what that idiot said.
Bro, what was the fucking American support of the Iraq war again when they were going into it?
Structure of international politics is such that superpowers want to become more super and powerful, and they do that through war.
you can't make that argument that you're making about democracies, because if you're saying that democracies are inclined toward
Wait,
and
Lex,
elect-
Lex, what war has China done though? Like besides against their own people in their own country, right?
They invaded Vietnam.
But like, they're a superpower. Did they do it through putting boots on the ground?
No.
Almost like
There are other
this.
ways to do it.
Yeah, like you can also use something like labor. Ooh.
Population.
Uh-huh.
Funny.
it picks leaders who are inclined towards peace,
Uh-huh.
then you have to show that democracies are in
People
general
voted for Donald
more
Trump, buddy.
peaceful than
Yep.
non-democracies, and you can't support that argument. You can find lots of evidence to support the argument that democracies don't fight other democracies. So the argument I believe that you have to make,
Al Qaeda was a democracy.
the main argument
It
you
is a
have to make
democracy.
is that liberal democracies have a healthy respect for each other, and they can assess each other's intentions. If you're a liberal democracy and I'm a liberal democracy, we know we have value systems that argue against aggression and argue for peaceful resolution of crises. And therefore, given these norms, we can trust each
this.
other. We can know.
So, talking about Osama bin Laden and how everyone wants to shape him into their narratives. And I said, the best is conservatives still saying they attacked us because of our freedom and democracy. They literally, a democratically run anti-authoritarian group that runs horizontally through multiple sovereign councils that function autonomously and control territory.
Hilarious.
Like, what is freedom? Like, what do these words mean?
So nebulous.
Remember, for realists like me, uncertainty about intentions
really likes
helps drive the
reminding you.
train. But if you're talking about two democracies, right, the argument there is that they know each other's intentions.
And for you, sure, maybe democracies reduce uncertainty a little bit, but not enough to stop the train.
I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's democratic peace theory.
Yes.
The second theory is economic
Awful
interdependence theory. And that's the argument that in a globalized world like the one that we live in and have lived in for a long time, there's a great deal of economic interdependence. And if you and I are two countries, or if you and me are two countries and we're economically interdependent and we're both getting prosperous as a result of this economic intercourse, the last thing that we're going to do is start a war, either one of us.
Exactly. I agree. Exactly. That's why it's not going to happen with China.
Yeah, this is the better theory. Unless they do invade Taiwan.
I was like, here we go, BRICS, that type of shit. Like, shut the fuck up.
I guess he's got time.
Argument. So there you have an argument that economic interdependence leads to peace. And then the third liberal argument has to do with institutions, sometimes referred to as liberal institutionalism. And this is the argument that if you can get states into institutions where they become rule-abiding actors. They will obey the rules that dictate that war
Okay,
is
come on.
not acceptable.
Do we really think that's why they have organizations like the UN and shit? It's to keep the dialogues open because Stalin hung
Yeah.
up the phone.
That's so funny.
So if you get them to accept the UN rules on when you can and cannot initiate a war,
Does the US do that? Hey, has the US accepted any UN rules? Are they
have
like the
not.
#1 country for not signing shit next to Israel?
Funny that.
have a more peaceful world. So those are the liberal theories. And as you can tell, they're very different from realism as articulated by somebody like me.
Can you
Mhm.
maybe argue against the economic interdependence and
What
in
is
the
realism, though? You
institutions
haven't said
to
what it
follow
is,
rules,
buddy.
Yeah.
a little bit?
I'd really like to know what that means because you keep reminding us that you are one, but we don't know what it is. Come on.
So the golden goose with the golden egg. You're saying that nations are happy to kill the goose because again, they want power.
If they think it's necessary to kill the golden goose
What?
because of security concerns,
We're
they
talking
will do
about
it.
gooses now?
Point
Now
is
I'm really going to be lost.
The
economic
economy, I think?
interdependence at its root
Yeah.
has prosperity as the core variable.
Yeah.
In the realist story, the core variable is survival. And
Fuck off,
survival
bro.
goes from
Shut up. Survival. My dick, bro. Fuck off. All right. Come on. You think Assad is doing what he's doing for his own survival? Like Hitler. You think he was like he said, oh, who cares if the Germans die? If the Reich ends, then they have nothing anyway. That's not survival. That's self-interest.
Very, very, very different. But to this guy, because he's evil, they're the same thing.
to the period before World War One. We're in Europe. It's
Oh, God.
1913 or early 1914. What you see is that you have an intense security competition between all of the great powers. On one side, you have the Triple Alliance, and on the other side, you have the Triple
Wrong. It was a War of Kings.
Entente. You have these two
cares?
alliances, and you have an intense security competition between them. Okay. At the same time, you have a great deal of economic interdependence. It's amazing how much economic intercourse is taking place in Europe among all the actors, right? And people are getting prosperous. Countries are getting prosperous as a result.
Whoa, you mean
Nevertheless,
these countries that developed from feudalism to market economies were having prosperity over the last 100 years?
Whoa.
Whoa.
My
Would you believe it? The concept of a
Round-
nation state was finally taking hold there. What happened next?
Wars. Lots of wars. Almost world-ending
Oh,
wars.
so his argument
Europe.
is like World War One still happened, even though these countries had economic interests with each other.
Yeah.
That's
Like they
what we're.
didn't
This
further on.
entire thing has just been World War One still happened, even though people traded with each other. Was there
Famous
competition
progress.
between trade? You know, like did one country get better prices here and one country get better prices there? Does that type of thing add up to grievances potentially? Maybe one small factor going on there.
Of 1914, this economic prosperity is unable to prevent World War One because security concerns or survival is more important.
Because of the
So
Italians.
there are, going to be lots of situations where prosperity and survival
Tell me I'm wrong.
come into conflict. And in
The Italians.
People always want to say Germany started both world wars. Shut up. All right. It happened in the Balkans. Who wanted the Balkans? Who still wants the Balkans?
Italy. I didn't know that.
That's like why they're like, oh yeah. Have you
funny.
seen? They have this whole thing like because like you have to think of the fascist tendencies in like some of these countries because anyone who can cling to an empire of the past, right? And the only real empire that Europe has ever had is Rome, right?
Yeah. Realistically, yeah. Roman aspirations, huh? That'll end well. Are you looking something up?
Yeah, I'm just pulling up a map of the Roman Empire, right? It's completely in the Balkans, right?
Yeah. All the way through.
So
So what?
Albania and Italy is like a huge part of this. Is like all the conflict. Like there's been 3 wars in the Balkans. There's one before World War One, World War One, and then World War Two, and then you can also say the 4th one is the modern Serbian breakup conflict as well. So you could say there's been 4, but it all goes back to how empires divided things, and like
In those cases, survival will win.
funny enough, Germany
And,
also
maybe you said
saw
different
themselves as Rome.
realists. You said offensive
Really?
and defensive. You draw a distinction between
Losers.
Technically, they are because they were the Holy Roman Empire.
Interesting.
Like that's how it broke up, and it broke down and became. There were 2 Balkan wars. Yes, there were 2 Balkan wars before World War One. World War One is technically the 3rd Balkan War. That's what I think I meant to say. I was getting it confused in my head. So World War One is the 3rd Balkan War. That's what they call it.
And you were talking about will to power before. The first big divide between realists is structural realists and
It's what
human
realism even is, because I made it up.
Hans Morgenthau, who was influenced by Nietzsche and therefore had that will to power logic embedded in
Alert.
how the world works.
Influenced by Nietzsche.
He was a
Alert.
human nature realist. Okay. I'm a structural realist. And I believe it's not human nature. It's not individuals and some will to power that drives competition and war. What drives competition and war is the structure of the system. It's anarchy.
So you're not as romantic as the human nature realists.
Yeah, there's just a world of difference between the two.
Sure.
It's just important to understand that.
So within that, from the structural, that there's a subdivision also of offensive and defensive.
Yes, inside the structural realist world, right? And you have a handful of realists who believe that the structure of the system fosters competition, for sure, security competition, but it really rules out great power war almost all the time.
Bullshit.
So it makes sense to care about the balance of power, but to focus on maintaining how much power you have. That's the defensive realism, maintaining how much power you have.
You know what's a better idea? Make all these fuckwits at the top fight each other if they want to go to war. To the death.
I
You
don't
die,
think we should be like,
cash
hey,
reward.
the philosopher that influenced
it.
Hitler. You know, I don't think that's a good source.
No. But yeah, film it. Bring back gladiator matches, but make
Not
it
the best source.
world-class.
Not the best source.
I'm fucking way down for that. I'd watch that shit. Make it a Netflix show. Actually, not Netflix. Anything but Netflix. HBO. Let's fucking go.
Not trying to gain more power, because the argument the defensive realists make is that if you try to gain more power, the system will punish you. The structure will punish you.
Oh, come on.
I'm not a defensive realist. I'm an offensive realist. And my argument is that states look for opportunities to gain more power. And every
Yeah.
time they
Crazy.
almost every time they
That's really what we built up to, is that what your philosophy is that people work for their own self-interest.
Groundbreaking.
Bro, how long was this video? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. All you could say is, like, we could include maybe the liberal stuff. It's like liberals kind of believe that you can prevent war by, democracies don't fight, that you can interlink economies. And what was the third thing he said? I think the third one was economic, and there was a second one in there.
Yeah.
That was also dumb.
Economic.
Anyway, you could say those 3, right? And then you could say, but for me, I recognize that states pursue their own self-interest.
Yeah.
And you know what?
That's exactly
People
what
would understand you a lot better and grasp what we were trying to say a lot better.
They really would.
But it wouldn't sound as profound.
No, you have to sound intellectual. You just have
and
to.
make Lex Friedman have to use his brain and take notes.
they see an opportunity to gain more power,
Uh-huh.
and they think the likelihood of success is high and the cost will not be great, they'll jump at that.
No shit, dude. Wow. Groundbreaking.
So groundbreaking.
You mean to tell me that's why Russia invaded Ukraine? They, I mean, they said, like the video we were watching the other day. He was talking about how the nationalists saw they paid the whole price for a half measure when he just did Crimea and the Donbass. What else has Russia lost since the full invasion that they didn't lose back then? We showed them exactly what will happen. We allowed them to take calculated risks.
Yeah.
See,
Oh my god.
I want to hear his thing about, what did he say, intellectual anarchy or some shit?
I have no idea what that would be. It might be in one of the ones that I have.
Did he say it's not labeled as one of those?
No.
That's unfortunate.
This one's 4 minutes.
Let me ask you about the war in Ukraine.
Oh god.
Why did Russia invade Ukraine on February 24th?
For their own interest.
What are some of the explanations given, and which do you find the most convincing?
Well, clearly the conventional wisdom is that Putin is principally responsible. Putin is an imperialist. He's an expansionist.
Yes.
That's the conventional thinking.
Yeah. And the idea is that he is bent on creating a greater Russia. And even more so, he's interested in dominating Eastern Europe, if not all of Europe. And that Ukraine was the first stop on the train line. And what he wanted to do was to conquer all of Ukraine, incorporate it into a greater Russia, and then he would move on and conquer other countries. This is the conventional wisdom. My view is there is no evidence, let me emphasize, zero evidence to support that argument.
Which part? That the imperialist part, the sense that he sought to conquer all of Ukraine and move on and conquer.
There's no evidence he was interested in conquering all of Ukraine. There's no evidence beforehand.
Why would he launch a full-scale invasion? There's no reason that he would go past it, but there's also nothing to say that the entire invasion and the pushing past the regions that were already in conflict, of course he's looking for the whole thing. They went straight to the fucking capital city. What do you think that's fucking for? Dickhead.
So, like, I think there's, like, 4 competing factions in the world, right? China, Russia, Iran, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, the Western hegemony, right? Were these things butt up against each other is where you'll see things like the push for territory to expand in either direction. And people will make this argument with the expansion of NATO, which in theory is exactly that, right? But in theory, you could say that you could weaponize it in a way to say that they're using democracy against us. They're using the promises of freedom to gain economic enslavement or something like that, you know?
Sure.
You could make these types of arguments for it, and it would make a lot more sense. But
it would also be more convincing too.
Like Iran, like they are not really challenged in their region, right? They basically control an entire strip of the world.
Yes.
They're looking at Afghanistan to control Afghanistan, right? They have been even before that. Like Massoud was Iranian backed, or they backed a few other guys. The Hazara militias were Iranian backed. But my thing is like, this is where we have to think. Putin has areas where people can't stop him. Georgia, he could totally take all of Georgia if he wanted to.
Yes.
He basically controls Armenia and Azerbaijan in a way. Like, it's not like he could stop Azerbaijan from taking Armenia.
But he has them.
And even there, Iran is the one backing Armenia. But it's not a proxy conflict like other places in the world. So my question is, why didn't Putin invade Kazakhstan? Would have been an easy victory to expand his influence, right? It's a lot of ground to expand your influence over Central Asia. I mean, that's yours for the taking. Nobody would give a fuck if Russia took Central Asia. You think people would care? Think people would stop him? Think we'd
I don't
start?
think anybody would
Do you
stop
think
him.
we'd send people
finger
armed to
wag
fight
him.
like Ukraine has?
No,
Do you think that would happen?
they would definitely finger wag, but that's about the extent of it.
It's because it's not on the border of the influence dominance,
Mhm.
But why? If Russia knows that they could take these territories with little to no resistance, why didn't they? Why haven't they? Why is it Ukraine? And then why do they see us pushing further into Poland? Why do they see that? And why is Putin doing the invasion of Ukraine when he basically has a freebie elsewhere? What's the point?
And he could also pose himself as being stronger if he took those Central Asian countries too.
Yeah. Seems
Yeah,
like the
look at me,
Soviet Union never even really wanted those people.
Yeah,
Seems like
I mean that's why they bust
Putin
them out
might be
there.
a racist and a fascist.
Yeah, I
You
mean that's
know?
why they bust them out there because they weren't Slavic Russian.
Uh-huh. Putin doesn't want to adopt more poverty into his country and things like that as well.
Yeah.
Ukraine has things that can
There's
actually
no-
be exploited. They already
Like
exploit Kazakhstan
massive
for their
shale gas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they already control the fucking Central Asian gas.
Massive untapped oil deposits. Yeah,
Mhm.
there's heaps in Ukraine. That's one of the main reasons I reckon. Because they were already drilling for oil. There were 3 major Western companies inside drilling for oil that all had to abandon it as soon as the war happened. Funny timing.
No way that an army that had 190,000 troops at the most, right, could have conquered all of Ukraine. Just impossible. As I like to emphasize, when the Germans went into Poland in 1939, and the Germans, you want to remember, were only intent on conquering the western half of Poland because the Soviets, who came in later,
You mean they made a fucking deal?
Awful example. Like, what happened next? Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Jesus fucking Christ. They
Like-
literally had a handshake fucking signed agreement to
They
split
were like,
Poland
"Oh,
in
we
two.
don't want to take all of Poland right now," and then they took all
Fuck
of
off.
Poland.
that month, we're going to conquer the eastern half of Poland. So the western half of Poland is much smaller than Ukraine. And the Germans went in with 1.5 million troops. If Vladimir Putin were bent on conquering all of Ukraine, he would have needed at least 2 million troops. I would argue he'd need 3 million troops because not only do you need to
False.
conquer the country, you then have to occupy it. But the idea that
The goal was genocide.
Well, I also think
wants
that
to
he
erase
believed that he
Ukraine.
could, and then the defense of Kiev was an overextension, or Kiev, I should say. That was an overextension, and it hurt him a lot. And now we're seeing like a lot of people trying to push for the settlement, the peace settlement with the Donbass and Crimea, right? Which he already had. So what would the war before then?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And that's
So-
why Zelensky is just being like, yeah, no, fuck you.
Well,
We're
that's the
taking it
thing. How many Russian lives were lost for nothing? It's just like moving the line in Korea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What
Pointless.
happens when these imperial influences clash like that? And
Yeah.
Ukraine just happens to be on the borderlands
Mm-hmm.
where they
And
want to take
people die, not the leaders.
it. Uh-huh.
And goes back to what I was saying before. Make the leaders fight in a gladiator pit.
Uh-huh.
Film it. Make it entertaining. Fuck these people.
190,000 troops was sufficient for
Imagine Trump having a fist fight with Xi Jinping.
Well, why would
That
they
would be
do
the
that
most
when they
funny
know that
fucking
they can
thing.
control people?
Because
use
people
people
should
for
be
their plan.
rising back up and telling them to fuck off and making them do that. Because if they want to declare war, they have to fucking do the fighting, not the people going and wasting their lives for some fuckwit in
Then why do people do
ivory
it?
tower in a capital city somewhere. Fuck those
Why do people do it? Because they're promised washing machines and toilets?
Who knows? I have no idea.
conquering all of Ukraine is not a serious argument. Furthermore, he was not interested in conquering Ukraine. And that's why in March 2022, this is immediately after the war starts, he is negotiating with Zelensky to end the war. There are serious negotiations taking place.
Butcher
in
denialism.
involving the Turks.
Butcher denialism.
Naftali Bennett, who was the Israeli prime minister at the time,
Called it. What?
with both
Called it. Called it. I knew this narrative was coming. He went with the Israeli prime minister instead of Boris Johnson.
Uh-huh. Funny
It's
as.
so obvious when this one's coming, bro.
Yeah.
Both Putin and Zelensky to end the war. Well, if he was interested, Putin, in conquering all of Ukraine, why in God's name would he be negotiating with Zelensky to end the war? And of course, what they were negotiating about was NATO expansion into Ukraine, which was the principal cause of the war.
No, it wasn't.
People in the West don't want to hear that argument because if it is true, which
You're
it
an idiot.
is, then the West is principally responsible for this bloodbath that's now taking place.
Uh-huh.
And
Was it the West that invaded Ukraine, or was it Putin? Was it Putin that launched tanks into Kiev, or was it the West? I'm just curious. Or did Ukraine unanimously vote in democratic process to go to NATO because of Russia? You
Well, also-
absolute tool.
Did I not just present all of these arguments though?
Yes.
Saying where the influence ends as
Mhm.
being part of it?
Yeah.
But what else did we say was part of it? Like, yes, like we do have a fault in Ukraine to a certain respect, but also like to start going down that path, you start framing it as the U.S. is only helping Ukraine for their own interest, and like, which is partly true, but I also like Ziel Haq with Afghanistan. I also think they care. Russia doesn't care.
No. Which is why they're sending wave tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're just bodies. They don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Why do you think they ran from conscriptions? Because they knew that all they were was meat in the grinder. And now look what's happening. They're getting sent back in meat cubes. Very cool.
Okay, well, that was confirmed fake, even though we're choosing for it to be canon.
Still, it's funny.
I just don't want people to be able to use that to discredit me. We know that it was livers. We just choose
Yes.
not to believe it.
It's still funny. Because it's something they would fucking do too.
they just burn them, bro. They just burn them.
Fucking crazy.
of course, the West doesn't want to be principally responsible. It wants
Hey,
to
did you
blame
just dodge a
Vladimir
butcher denialism, Mearsheimer?
We believe.
He literally did. He literally did
Yes.
the subtle
So we-
butcher denialism and dodged
Uh-huh.
it into why this is the West's fault. He literally said the butcher
Every time.
butcher massacre is the West's fault. That's literally what just happened, though.
Mm-hmm.
invented this story out of whole cloth that he is an aggressor, that he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler,
Fucking God.
and that what he did in Ukraine was try to conquer all of it.
Hey,
And he failed. But
question. Mercy, buddy. You think he seems like Hitler to the Ukrainians?
I wonder if sending the Nazi PMC helped.
You know, oh, but there's
Hmm.
fascists in Ukraine, Jack.
Of course.
They love
Of
Hitler.
course.
That's why they would.
Yeah.
That's why they fighting. Why wouldn't that mean we're Hitler? Who's Hitler
Mm.
now?
Everybody.
Maybe he's the second coming
Child's
of
Guide to
Putin.
Politics.
I mean, we did see what he did in Chechnya, after all.
Yeah. And Georgia.
Well, Chechnya is far. Like Georgia, he at least stopped at one point.
That time. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Chechnya was a genocide.
Yeah.
So what? And again, why, if Putin has a track record of this, why would he not be looking to genocide Ukraine and erase their culture from the planet,
I mean,
along
you
with
think
anybody daring to stand against him?
You think that Putin hasn't studied the history of the Soviet Union? You think he doesn't know about how famine was used to control the Ukrainians in the past, and how like they are literally like the threat? It's like you see it in like classical like stories, you know, where it's like these little, you know, like the hobbits take down Sauron, right?
Yeah.
It's just this little hobbit that ends up. It's not the big threats that, like, you know, we could say like, you know, the dwarves of Germany, right? It's a classical story that you see that these, even though Ukraine is not very little at all, the point is that they have that type of opposition force to someone like Putin, imperialist Russians like that. They have seen Ukraine be strong enough to actually be a thorn directly in the side
Yeah,
of these regimes.
exactly. And they have a history of it. And they're showing
Yeah.
that they still have it. So
I mean, you see this. They use the essay that Putin writes about how they're linked. Johnny Harris did this in his video, right? Well, if Putin knows that much history, you think he didn't look at the effects of that genocide that happened? That they still try to get people to deny to this day through their information channels? Why do you think they do that? Do you think it's just because they love the Soviet Union, or do you think that's weaponized?
couldn't possibly be weaponized. That never happens, especially not from Russia.
Uh-huh.
With a little bit of luck, he probably would have conquered all of it, and he'd now be in the Baltic states, and eventually end up.
And then Italian
dominating
would be
most
so
of
angry.
I don't think Finland would enjoy that.
Oh, he said Baltic states. I thought he said Balkan.
No, Baltic. Finland has a history of fucking up Russia, so
Well, has a history
and
of being
it's for
very
a
peaceful
reason.
country as well.
Finland, yeah.
Like, did you see the peace index just came out? It's by the same people who do the terror index.
Oh no.
So let me pull this up.
This is almost done, so I'll
I
run this
think
out.
there's no evidence to support this.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
We done with this guy?
Sure. Maybe, let's see if anyone wants more Mearsheimer. Let us know. Then what else? See what else we got while I pull this up.
Yeah.
So
While you talk
now,
about that, I'm gonna get a drink.
Obviously, this is measured by the violence that's actually in the country. So like even a country like Ukraine that is clearly in a defensive war ends up being in the red because obviously there's an active war going there, and that's specifically what it's measuring. It's not measuring kindness. It's measuring actual indexing goals with metrics, with formulas and values, right? So like Japan and Iceland are obvious ones. Iceland doesn't have a military. That's part of their signatories. But also, like I said, Finland being right there in the top, there's only a few countries that actually fall into that really like bright green zone. And Switzerland is like shit you would expect. Portugal is funny because of all the genocide. Ireland, something that you'd expect. New Zealand, Japan. Canada is one of the ones that you might not expect because they've been involved in wars. They've been involved in NATO wars. So okay, let's see what everyone thinks. The issue with realist. Okay, so are we fighting about Mearsheimer? Do we want more Mearsheimer? The issue with realists like that guy is
a bit over
ideas on the West are controlled by ideology and emotion, and the East is being perfectly logical. I agree. To this is not that everything is like so emotional. You need more indexes with mathematics. Please no, God no. All right, you said it. Now, I sent one where I said we have to do this one, right?
We'll do that later. I got this one.
Well, that's why I said. Or unless you found something, go for it.
Oh God! One. I can do this.
Okay, so I want to just talk. This is funny.
We'll probably just skip through this because it's an hour.
Well, I specifically put this on here because I thought it was so funny because, as I like to bring up, Mia Khalifa had a terrorist group tattooed on her wrists for the longest time until the Beirut blast happened, and then she had it covered up. So now she's on here doing work with Abby Martin. I don't know how intelligent Mia is and how much he's being played along for the ride. I just think it's ironic he would cover up a tattoo that is like the terrorist opposition to Hezbollah to then be on a show that advances Hezbollah's goals and narratives. I think that's a little, maybe a coincidence.
Maybe. I guess we'll see.
stress that it puts on everyone around you, and not really fully understand. Obviously, I have no concept of what geopolitical war and tension means as a like 8-year-old, but I do understand what it means to see my mom cry. Having to pass through checkpoints was something that I always thought was like just a part of life. There was still checkpoints up to like the early 2000s in the South, and you feel the energy completely shift when we come up to these things. You feel the fear in people that you look to for comfort and security and reassurance, and to look to someone like a family member for that and not see it because they're scared at such a young age will leave an impression on you. And even though I had no idea why things were happening, I knew that things were happening and they were negatively affecting us.
And that's why I got a terrorist tattoo.
Sarah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for coming on the Empire Files. I have to say that I was very thrilled that you responded to me and that you wanted to come
I've
on.
loved your work for a long
You're
time.
literally an idol of mine. I am so honored to be speaking to you.
An idol. Nice.
I'm very much looking forward to
Let's
this.
fucking go.
I have so much respect and admiration for you, and I'm very grateful that someone like you exists and has put out.
Oh my God.
Put out and
Suck her dick harder, Mia.
their life into researching and shedding light on things that really get brushed under the table in the West. So, no, you're a legend and an icon.
Thank you. That
I
is
agree.
extremely sweet.
He is a
I-
legend and an
the more I
icon.
learn about you, I love you even more than I did by just following your social media. I mean, you're an amazing woman, and
Thank
I'm
you, Korea.
super stoked to have you on. And I'm
Super
been
stoked.
looking forward to this. So this is great.
I really loved
I
your caving
love how
videos.
outspoken you are on Palestine, especially.
What do you think
I'm
about that title I
glad you're
changed to?
Japanese, obviously.
What is it?
Look at the top.
That'll work.
You're gonna like have a strong opinion about what Israel is doing, but I love that you will not back down, because there is so much media backlash every time. It's like the New York Post writes an article about every tweet that you make. I mean,
Mia
that's
Khalifa
how
have
much you
eyebrows?
spotlight your.
Like, they're purple. Weird.
Oh, she's dyed them purple. They look like they're like shaved off. Okay.
Your opinions are, and it's nuts. Just
It's like she doesn't understand what a tabloid is.
how much people really are incited by what you say about this, and it's super important. I mean, when you look at what you are actually saying, this is the most amazing thing about it, because the
Okay, they're
headlines
pink.
are all just like running with
Huh?
They're pink,
Whatever. Pink, purple.
according
looks
to this.
purple.
Very
important.
know, Mia Khalifa says this and that. And then when you actually like dig into the article and see what is it that you're saying that's so controversial, it's actually completely not controversial, complete factual statements. Like, I want to go back to this post during the Sheikh Jarrah ethnic cleansing in 2021, because I think that this really just symbolizes how deranged
What?
the press can be when it's trying to.
What is this one?
Oh, this is like the when they like stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque and like threw gas through its windows and stuff. It's when like things really got kicked up with the Lion's Den, and like it really started this like, you know, drone striking in the West Bank. It's the start of all that shit.
Okay.
Demonize someone. You simply posted a photo of you drinking a bottle of wine, like an old bottle of wine from France. Looked good. It looked awesome. It was a great photo. And you just were like, this wine is older than your apartheid state. And holy shit, did minds explode? Where you actually had Abby Mayer.
That's the thing is like Mia Khalifa has had some banger posts, but I don't think Lena said like she's made worse jokes as well. But the thing is like we know like Lena's intention. Even like I make terrorism jokes all the times as well. But like Mia, like the whole thing about I'm begging like the Hamas, like something along the lines of the Antifa super soldier type thing, whatever they phrase it as, to turn their phone sideways, right? It's like
that's right, she did
at
too.
the exact time we're seeing the civilian massacres come out.
Yeah.
Not the best optics.
No. It's
Plus,
like
they
any
later
video is a good video.
released produced videos that they shot. Like, go out, since we're still talking about Lena. She just posted something where it shows that I think somebody, the Houthi, boarded something, right?
Mhm.
And in one of the shots, you can see the selfie stick pointing out behind him in like the window, and he's like, imagine like taking over a ship in the modern age without a selfie stick at this point. Because it's the fifth generation of war.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter that you took over the ship. It matters that you have the video of you doing it.
exactly.
The Jerusalem Post, and he's a
Not
pretty,
a
you know,
good
he's a
source.
pretty high
It's
profile
great for
Israeli.
documentation.
He actually said, I have to quote this because it's so outrageous. He said, "You were showcasing champagne produced in Nazi occupied France." Like, who in the fuck would look at that photo and say that when they're just looking at an old bottle of French wine? I mean, just completely creating anti-Semitism where there is none.
Especially when that statement is literally counterproductive to what he's trying to say, because it was Nazi occupied France. They were occupied. They weren't producing
Yeah, it's a
it.
very
Like,
As usual, I've lost my chapstick.
it's truly, you go crazy. Like, you really feel like you're being gaslit by people who are.
It's because you are, you dickhead. Don't take the bait. Like, how hard is it? Seriously. Just like put the phone down. Go outside. Touch some grass.
I don't give a fuck. Twitter's not a real place.
Are supposedly respectful and intelligent and all of these things that are attributed to being in these high level powerful positions in government and in media. Like, it makes you feel like you're going like, listen to what you just said back. Say it again. Say it slower. Maybe say it backwards. And do you still stand by it? I definitely stand by what I said.
It's nuts. It's
What?
so nuts. I can't imagine
you're
being in
drinking
the
wine?
spotlight like you are and just having just completely.
No, someone retweeted it and said,
No,
"Oh,
but she's saying that same
Spain,
guy. Why I said all she said is my wine is older than your apartheid state.
yeah, bang a
Uh-huh.
post."
Okay.
Of course, it was gonna make people butt blasted though.
But what is there to stand on?
innocuous.
I don't know.
Your joke?
Uh,
Mia Khalifa, comedy defender.
I mean, I guess she's talking about the statement that it's an apartheid state. I guess that's what she's defending. If I was to see it like that.
Things be twisted into some perverted like display of anti-Semitism. I mean, poor Greta Thunberg. I don't know if you saw that, where she just simply posted a photo of her and her friends with signs saying, you know, we stand with Gaza and calling for a ceasefire. And there was like a
Wow,
little toy
that's so
octopus in the
groundbreaking.
background. And it just spiraled.
Bro, do you
out.
know about this though? Did you see this photo?
No, I never saw
Okay.
this.
So, oh man, you touch grass too much at this point.
Mm.
Okay, so Greta posted this photo. You see the octopus behind her?
Mhm.
You ever see that before? It's
The
an autism
plushie?
octopus, right? It's for kids who are autistic. It flips
Okay.
emotions, right? So it's for kids with autism who have trouble expressing emotions. So it's an angry octopus because she doesn't know how to express that she's angry, right?
Yeah.
As you can see from her
Yep,
face,
yep,
right? In the
yep.
photo, she doesn't exactly look angry, right?
No.
So the Zionist then said, "Oh, octopus! This is an old Zionist trope where they call the octopus on the globe. She's a secret Hamas agent,
Jesus Christ.
right?" And so, like, people like Abby then get free ammunition
Yeah.
from idiots like this.
This doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh no, it's so stupid,
It's
right?
just it's so disappointing.
Yes, it's so stupid.
It's
This is
that's the best way that I can describe it. Disappointing.
it's like only on Twitter shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-Semitic trope and oh, what is Greta Thunberg trying to say about this? It's like, I'm pretty sure that was just a completely harmless like toy stuffed animal in the background of this photo, but it's just like, it's
I hate when she
mind-blowing
forces.
because
I'm funny.
so
It's funny. I'm laughing. Like, Abby, you're so bad at it. Stop pretending that you have a sense of humor and you can laugh at things, okay? We all know you're dead inside and have no soul. Like, just go back to saying how everyone is evil. That's what you're good at.
Tunda.
It's so desperate to twist the narrative and to deflect from what they're actually doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's. I mean, you hear it simply in the way they speak. Like when Netanyahu is doing interviews in the West, like with CNN or something, the way that they try and drive in the propaganda into everything they say, like.
You know, Israel basically fucking dumps money into the media and the government.
Yeah.
I wonder why they have a positive
Watch
spin
out,
on
Jack.
Israel.
Make sure there's no octopus behind you.
I said Israel, not Jews.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. This is like, is that propaganda? People
don't
freaking
think
out
so.
online about somebody posting a post with an octopus?
No, I think they're just dumb. I'm pretty sure it's just dumb people.
I'm sure the state then adopted it because they always do. Like,
of course they do, because they're looking to blame everything on anti-Semitism. It's like Israel's MO is everything is anti-Semitic because we're a Jewish state. No, you're just fascist. Fuck off.
Hamas doesn't leave their mouth without and they are just like ISIS, immediately following it. Like it's
no, they're just like the IDF.
Yeah,
insane. It's insane that they're, number one, given a platform like a news organization like CNN, but number two, that they assume that the general public isn't immune to the propaganda. Like we've seen it with Trump. We know what it's like
propaganda.
To generate hysteria over things that are completely factless, completely untrue, based on just lies, just hoping that it sticks into a couple minds, because once it sticks into a couple minds, it's going to spread in those communities, and that's all that they can hope for. But I can't remember who it was, but I heard I saw a transcript of some leaked audio of someone saying that it's not a left and someone on the Israeli side saying it's not a left and right divide, it's a young and old. The younger generation is catching on to everything, and we need to do everything we can to stop that. TikTok was mentioned in all of these platforms.
Yeah, they say the same thing about everything. Yes, old people are fucking government bootlicking shills.
It'll be good when they're all dead. Of old age, of course.
No, because then the young people will just be the old people. It's an endless cycle.
Fucking hell.
You're pretty quiet on your mic.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking very loud.
Or into it.
Spread awareness and shine light on all of this. They're terrified of these things.
It was Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League, and it was a leaked audio recording where he actually said, quote, "We have a major generational problem."
See how fast she had that, dude? They're so good.
Yeah.
They're so good. All of the polling I've seen suggests it's not a left-right gap. The issue is young and old. And I think that really, it strikes to the heart of the problem, because Israel's losing hold of the narrative that they've been they've maintained the narrative for so long because of the collusion with the press. I mean, they're a junior collaborator of the U.S. empire. They work in concert with the U.S. corporate media.
A junior, I don't know. We don't really need to pick apart everything here, but junior collaborator, they're like the main collaborator, you know?
Like all allies of the U.S. empire, they just basically run press releases from the IDF, and they're just their media stenographers. And so for the longest time, up until the advent of social media,
wouldn't we do the same with Germany? What about Ukraine? Who are we running statements in Ukraine from? I don't think this is much different. I think the difference is that Israel is like using fascism and evil in this case.
Yeah.
But Saudi Arabia, we do the same fucking shit with them too. I think this is kind of standard statecraft, is that you kind of just, to keep your allies and your alliances strong, you have to take L's constantly at home, being Joe Biden. You know, you can't always have the wins of it being Ukraine. Like, the U.S. obviously isn't the best country in the world, but there's a status being held where most of the people that the U.S. is dealing with are worse.
Yeah.
So
Generally,
you have
yeah.
to do a lot of defense of regimes, genocide, all that stuff in office here. And it's just part of the job. Is it right? No. But it's still part of the job.
Yeah, and it's really not that hard to be able to look at it impartially either. It's very simple too.
Yes,
Just don't
but
bootleg the state.
I understand why people are emotional based on what's going
Yeah.
on.
No, of course. I mean, they see pictures of kids
Especially
dead and
same
they
with
go
Ukraine.
nuts.
Like a lot of people get really emotional about Ukraine.
Yeah, again,
You know,
you
and
see
so
pictures
many
of
people
dead kids
outside of
and
it
it goes
complained about
crazy.
toxic web discourse, which angered
Mm.
the Ukrainians more. Because it's like it's our lives, we're dying, right?
Yeah.
But like people don't care about you. They care about who's in the NBA game, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just the
Yeah, sports
tragedy
ball.
of the world is that we
Mm.
don't care about human beings anymore.
No. And
Or did we ever is the question. There's
Yeah.
there's evidence of Neanderthals in an Iraqi cave.
mm.
This Neanderthal was clearly disabled, and they looked at the teeth and determined that like it ate, it was eating regularly enough that the teeth were ground down, right? So that means other Neanderthals were feeding this disabled Neanderthal that couldn't leave the cave.
Interesting. Bit of mutual aid.
Yeah, but Neanderthals aren't necessarily human beings.
No, they're not.
That's one of the theories is that they were so peaceful that the Homo sapiens destroyed them.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, it's territorial expansion. I mean, this is
Yep.
this is when we're
Look
still
at our
basically,
history.
yeah,
Yeah,
apes people.
Yeah, look at human history. It's all that. So it wouldn't be a surprise.
But there's also
Oh,
interbreeding. Like we have Neanderthal DNA. So
Yes.
interbreeding, disease, war, all these
Mm.
things. But
Mhm.
they generally there's this idea, mostly people who defend neoconism and like power grasping say
Yeah.
that the Neanderthals died out because they were too nice and too peaceful, which we don't know. It's not like they had archaeology, or not,
Yeah.
not archaeology, monuments that we could
Yeah,
use
right.
archaeology on. We used archaeology to find these teeth,
on like what the talking points are, but as you've seen Palestinians dictate their own reality, that's slipping away more and more, and they are so desperate. I mean, we know that they have war rooms at Tel Aviv University with dozens, probably hundreds, if not thousands of people who are literally employed to correct the record online, whether it's Wikipedia or whatever.
Yeah.
We know that Israeli officials try to take down pro-Palestine posts on TikTok and Twitter.
That's
But
hilarious.
it still isn't working, Sarah. I mean, because Palestinians are showing us real time, like these are the atrocities. This is our life. You can't argue.
It's funny
with
that she's calling her Sarah. Does it say that she's sitting down with Sarah in the
It says
title?
Mia
No,
Khalifa.
it says Mia Khalifa. Oh, so you can respect her to her face, but not when it's for clicks.
Yeah, because nobody's gonna know her actual name.
Yeah,
gotta use the
classic
porn
Abby.
name.
Been grotesquely insinuating that these people
Well-
are all like working as actors and all the the dead babies are like toys, and I mean it's fucking sick.
It's truly
Yeah.
dystopian. It makes you feel like,
Sure is.
are we living in the same world? Like how can someone like stand?
Notice how emotional the arguments are. It's all emotion.
But it's also true.
Of course it is, but this is how they manipulate.
Watchmen book spotted. Mia Khalifa is a real intellectual.
But this is how they manipulate. It's all emotion, and then they start feeding you bullshit.
I think if we look at things like the America bad thing and how easy it is for like second thought to like do these simple things to weaponize, I think it's understandable how people can be fooled into thinking Hamas is a liberation force.
Yeah.
I empathize with it greatly because even though they're like two sides of the same coin, it's when you flip a coin, heads and tails eventually get the advantage at the end of the day, right? So there's benefit to taking a side of that coin. You understand? Now I'm Lex Friedman talking about banana metaphors and shit. But like, I understand why people would, with what Israel presents and how ridiculous it is. I understand why like Hamas has barely had to deploy anything, right? They've just let
Mhm.
people come to them over the years building up to this attack, right? It's only
Yeah.
natural that people would be repulsed by the shit that Israel does because of like how outwardly fascist and vile it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like in a situation like this, it's natural for people, especially younger men, to go to
Yeah,
these
Israel
groups.
could learn from Hamas, you know?
Yeah.
Chill. Chill on the
It's really quite
media
ironic.
side.
Yeah. It's quite insane.
And say these things and perpetuate these things when we're seeing it with our own eyes. We're seeing the reality that is in Gaza, and we're seeing the reality that is in Tel Aviv and the rest of Israel. When it's not just Gaza that isn't safe. We haven't even touched on the West Bank and Israeli citizens who are of Palestinian descent being arrested in their homes simply for standing in solidarity with children who are being murdered in their own homes. It's lunatic.
It's twisted beyond belief. And I think that really strikes to the heart of why you are such a threat, because we're talking about, like, especially like Gen Z, you know, millennials, Gen Z, people know what the hell's going on. You look at even like polling for just support for Israel, it's exactly the same thing. And I don't think it's necessarily just distrust in corporate media. Although I do think that has a huge
I agree.
role to play. I think that, you know, people who grew up, especially in a post 9/11 world, it's like that's just like the meme. It's like the media lies.
And for anyone who doesn't know,
why would you believe them now? But I think more
I used
importantly
to
is
know
that
Abby quite well. She was a
Israel
9/11 truther
Mm.
before she was hired by the Muslim Brotherhood. Even though there's no like official evidence that happened, right?
All right, let's jump. Yeah.
this raid on Al Shifa Hospital where
Hamas
Hell
does
yeah.
run Twitter accounts. Hamas does run Twitter accounts. That's the thing, is like they're smarter. That like they know when to turn the fascism machine on and off, right? They know when to use the fascism and anti-Semitism, and then they know when to deploy Abby to say Hamas actually denounces anti-Semitism in their charter. What else do they say in that charter? Is it stuff like, you know, like the protocols of Elder Zion, you know? Is that in there? Is there a bunch of stuff quoted from that in there?
I'm assuming there is. I have no idea. I haven't read it. I've only heard that it says that they want the destruction of Israel or something. And they say that it's something to do with killing all the Jews, something like that.
They reference the protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that. That's a great book.
just like, you know, the lies that brought us into the Gulf War. It's happening. They are moving in with Israeli snipers, targeting children, targeting doctors. It's beyond dystopian.
I'm just gonna refresh my page real quick.
It's just
because
crazy. It's like
the sound bites.
Huh?
I'm just refreshing real quick because the sound bites echo.
Okay. I am alone. How many we got? We got a few. Don't leave. He's coming back. Here he is.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
They've been raiding the hospital all night, saying that they're going to find this magical
Don't worry, I didn't leave any gifts for you like the recording.
command center that has all this interconnected series of tunnels beneath. And as we know, Israel's the one who built a bunker under the Al Shifa hospital back when they were occupying Gaza. So, wow, what a surprise. They knew that this room was there. And it's just lie after lie after lie. And what's crazy now is now we're in this other phase of the assault where it's Israeli.
The camera's too high quality. It's so unnecessary.
Huh? What?
Soldiers just committing wanton war crimes on the ground, like staging photo ops with different Palestinians saying, oh, look, we're distributing water. And then you see photos later of those same Palestinians that were in these photo ops, forced to, probably with a gun to their head, killed, executed in ditches. And again, media just running with it because they're desperate. They're desperate to paint Israel as the good guy when we know what the hell's going on the ground. It's so frightening to think of what they are doing.
Is that?
And now my friends in Gaza say this could be the last day because the internet, the fuel, I mean, it's completely, they've expended all the fuel. Israel's putting out propaganda. Oh, we're going to bring them, we're going to bring the babies incubators. They have incubators. They need fuel. And they are running out, and tomorrow they could go dark again. And we know what's going to happen when there's a cover of darkness. The atrocities are going to ratchet up, and it's really unfathomable to think of what is going to be committed.
See, you see what I mean by like,
And then the next,
her job is so easy.
Mm.
And
Yeah, it's
like,
reading off a teleprompter.
no, but I'm saying like Israel gives it to her. Like, I don't need, that's why I say she's not even like inherently evil. What's Mia Khalifa gotten up to these days? Well, I mean, currently she's doing propaganda for Hamas after, you know, said it earlier, but she used to have a Lebanese forces tattoo on her wrist, but that got covered up. And now she's like, you know, with Hezbollah proxy media. I think that's a coincidence we should talk about.
next day they're probably going to pose for a photo op for propaganda of them holding up supplies with holding up boxes with medical supplies written
This is
in
so
giant
funny.
printed paper in English, clear enough for the cameras to see, and carrying.
You think that's why they did that?
Like makeshift saran wrap.
You think that's why they? Why? Hey, Mia,
Hospitals
question:
here.
why would they want to label aid in a language that all the UN volunteers are going to also speak? Right? You know, like it should be there in both languages, right? But those are like, you could see like some of those were like Amazon boxes. They're just reusing cardboard boxes.
Yeah.
They didn't like print off new cardboard with special labels for aid. They're just blank generic cardboard boxes, and they labeled them themselves.
It's very funny though. It's such easy conspiracy stuff though. It's so funny.
We're not here to occupy.
It's like South Park. Ah, come on! If I was making chemical weapons, it wouldn't make it look like I'd make it look like a chocolate chip factory or something. Oh, okay. Just checking, Saddam.
I saw a photo of them unloading. It took 2 IDF soldiers to carry a 5-pound metal rack wrapped in saran wrap. You guys are carrying these the boxes look like they have been through the shits, and then the perfectly printed paper stamped on top that says medical supplies, and them carrying it when you can clearly see that it's an empty box. It's an like.
Were you gonna say something?
No, I'm just saying, gee, the boxes are all torn up. They're reused, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
It's so embarrassing for them, but at the same time, embarrassing for the people who are eating this up and buying it and regurgitating it and defending it. That's what's really blowing my mind. The amount of people who have come out as an open idiot in the past month. That's what it says to me when I see people defending this and buying into the propaganda. Like I had no idea you were so mentally weak and susceptible to.
It's so funny saying that on Empire Files.
Like, if God bless any boyfriend you've ever had, you must have been the easiest thing to manipulate. What the fuck? How do you not have more than 2 brain cells just holding hands and like keeping you afloat?
I mean, it's the most low-grade propaganda. Like like how they said they found copies of Mein Kampf in like bombed out homes with like not a scratch on it. It's just
I
like
actually did see that. I just scrolled past it because I'm like, oh, that's not new.
I mean, like, do you know how many people I know who all like, bro? There's so many historians that will have Mein Kampf on their shelf.
Most people who actively read books have probably read it. I mean,
I wouldn't. I have no interest in it, but I'm just saying, it's like, it's such a stupid thing to like plant there. It's like people drawing. It's like the guy drawing a swastika on his driveway, saying like he was like no, it said Black's Rule on his driveway, right? And they then take that same picture and they make it into a swastika with an Israel flag burned. You know, you know what I'm talking. Have you seen that picture? The Black's Rule.
I haven't, but it sounds hilarious. I think we should move on to the one that you wanted to play.
Oh yeah,
we'll do that now.
Listen, man.
This is something that I need to tweet out though. So we have to do the title update and stuff before we transition to this. So we need to stay on Mia Khalifa while we do that
Fine.
to update the titles and shit.
How how do you not have more than 2 brain cells? There was one air raid that I remember very specifically, and
Isn't that awesome? They burned
Yes.
his Confederate flag, Jack.
That's actually hilarious.
a little child's arm that lived on the floor that we live on got broken and torn out of the socket because we had to run down the stairs so fast to try and find a bunker and to get out of the buildings because we had no idea where it was going to hit, because we just knew they don't aim. They don't care what they hit. They just launch rockets and hope it hits something, and they actually are hoping that it hits civilians and causes as much damage as possible. So to be in that room waiting for all of this to end, having a child that was less than 1 years old crying because their shoulder has been ripped out of its socket, and us not being able to do anything, like that has been ingrained in my head my entire life. Having to pass through checkpoints was something that I always
24/7?
thought was like just a part of life. There was still checkpoints up to like the early 2000s in the South, and
Hey, that's the sting.
you feel the energy completely shift when we come up to these things. You feel the fear in people that you look to for comfort and security and reassurance, and to look to someone like a family member for that and not see it because they're scared.
Shane?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man. The whole like ignoring, Palestinian Jewish people and like pretending like this is a the Jews situation. Disavow. America deserved 9/11.
Okay,
I
hang
can't
on.
disavow facts, man.
Hang on. She's talking about. Should we read Bin Laden's letter to America? Do you know what it says in there? I mean, it's on screen
No.
right now, right?
That's the letter.
Yeah, so we've talked about it last stream. It's like a propaganda letter that literally blames the entire thing on Jews.
Yeah.
And like saying why America deserved 9/11 and doing all this shit. I mean, like, one of my favorite quotes that I'll quote at people all the time, like, for example, like, lately we've been seeing a lot of people doing Taipei and Taiwan solidarity with Palestine, and those
Yes.
accounts are being attacked by people, right? And
Interesting.
so I'll go in and I'll say, oh, very settler colonialist of you for saying these people are CIA and shit, right? Because it is.
Yeah.
Is it not? So
Yeah,
when they want to
100%.
cry about it, I just quote Bin Laden at them, and I say, "We didn't invent the rules of engagement. We are simply inventing, we are simply taking the rules that you've invented and visiting them back upon you." So
That's hilarious.
that is
How do they
that
respond
is
to that?
ultimately like when you look at Bin Laden's message to the West, right? We have used proxy forces to engage in insurrection, have we not?
Mm-hmm.
So he talks about who died in the Hiroshima bombings.
Yeah.
His argument is that in the past you've done strategic bombings against civilians, so why can't we? It's a whataboutism, but it's a very intellectualized whataboutism at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That is not what this is.
Okay. So what is it?
Just the letter to America is just him talking about how the Jews did this, and this is why you deserve it. It's because you fund Israel.
Yeah.
And the Palestinians are oppressed. You think Al Qaeda gives a fuck? But like, let's just think about it. At this time, right? Hamas has yet to come to power. So the Palestinian movement was 100% nationalist at this point. Arab nationalism. Yes. What is Al Qaeda against more than anything else?
Arab nationalism.
Exactly. So Al Qaeda does not give a fuck about Palestine. And now, who's the main beneficiary and backer of Hamas? Is it Al Qaeda? Or is it somebody that Al Qaeda doesn't really get along with, but also does at the same time? Al Qaeda has fought them in places like Syria. If we count Al Qaeda in Iraq, which is Daesh, as Al Qaeda, they fought them in Iraq.
Yeah.
The Iranians, right? So it's just very silly to believe this. You have to be a very naive, stupid person whose career is online, where you sit at your computer all day and get money from strangers in parasocial relationships to kind of like flow with something like this. Bin Laden, truly ahead of his time.
Very much so. Yeah. So much so it's working 25 years later. Wow.
Yeah, he knew.
I can describe
Yeah.
a reality.
Sped up.
Yeah. No. I held it down.
Sorry.
That works, bro. Like, yeah.
Tonight, TikTok pulling content
That
off
was your
its
sting?
platform after videos
That was the
promoting
sting.
Osama bin Laden's letter to
Boy.
America started gaining momentum.
This morning, I read Letter to America.
The letter, written in 2002, 1 year after 9/11,
Uh-huh.
by the Al-Qaeda
20
leader,
years later.
justifying one of the worst terrorist attacks in the U.S. that left nearly 3,000 dead.
I just read a letter to
Look at
You
us
know,
smirking.
I can think of someone who's
He's so smug about it. Like, he's so right.
on this
We
very
so deserved it. Everything he says is true.
America.
Go
Go read
what
it.
was his name again?
Like, it was a year after. Bin Laden literally had
Mm.
time to sit and absorb everyone
Yeah.
defending him.
Publishing a
for it.
statement on X, formerly known as Twitter, writing that the content promoting this letter clearly violates our rules on supporting any form of terrorism. We are proactively and aggressively removing.
Listen, man. Okay, Zoomers, you got to stick it to the man. The man here being TikTok. All right, you got to tell them that jet fuel can't bring your king down. All right.
No one should
What?
ever insult.
What did she even just say? Can we turn it
That was
up?
an
Like,
awful joke.
Can we
You wanna
go
go
back?
back?
I can't hear her because she's like mumbling and her audio is a little low. Can we turn her up at all?
No, that's as loud as it goes.
I'll give her the credit and say, because this is a re-upload from like Unhinged Archive, which honestly we could go through a lot of this stuff. So I'll blame it on them.
All right. You got to tell them that jet fuel can't bring your king down. All right.
No one should ever insult 2,977 American families still mourning loved ones by associating themselves with the vile words of Osama bin Laden.
True. That's kind of a shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Yep.
Is she drunk?
I don't know.
How many people did we kill?
Ah,
Who
here we
cares?
go.
How many people did we kill?
Yeah, but what about?
She doesn't know.
I just want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
not
can tell
saying,
you.
okay, that these 2,900 Americans deserve to die, right? Far from it. I just think it's always crazy when the U.S. pretends like they're not the world's biggest terrorist. Like,
Come on. Why would you
Yes,
insult Bin
terrorist
Laden by
agents,
saying
we all
something
agree.
like that?
you just like hide behind this like
Like,
illusion of
It's
democracy.
honestly rude to Bin Laden. Come on.
Yeah. The guy that you clearly admire so much.
It's a terrorist nation, okay? If you go in and kill millions of people in a region, and you're like, well, it was because of-
Question.
we were stopping the
Question. Where? What region? Millions?
It just says
Also,
post
follow-up
9/11 war
question.
zone.
How do we feel about Sirajuddin Haqqani
Mm.
and
She probably
Daesh
likes him too.
and Al-Qaeda, who have killed more people, Iran, who have killed more people in this region?
She doesn't care about that. 'cause
Also,
this
like,
gets
a lot
views.
of the people that America ends up killing at the end of the day are people who came to Iraq to cause instability, right? Because they end up siding with the Iraqi insurgency at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They also killed a lot of Sadr's forces, but if a lot of my Sunni friends would be like, yeah, and they should have, because fuck them, right? Because some of the grievances from the Civil War that just happened a
Yeah.
few years ago still exist. We also killed a lot of Sunni forces, but
all right. I feel like some people are misunderstanding some of those.
I wonder what they could misunderstand.
It's honestly kind of dramatic. They act like it's breaking news, but others have called that American imperialism. Why idolize Osama bin Laden? If you see this and you consider it to be like idolizing Osama bin Laden, I think that maybe the point has been lost on you. The idea behind these TikToks is almost certainly, oh, we just thought that the Arabs fucking hated us because that's what CNN told us.
What?
And now that we read this letter, we realize, oh, fuck, we kind of had it coming.
What? Question.
Like,
Question. Question. How many Al-Qaeda fighters were in Bosnia? How many Al-Qaeda fighters were in Afghanistan when the U.S. came in and stopped genocides that were backed by Russian supremacy? You know, what do we have? France? We're an ally of France and Israel. Why would they not attack France and Israel then? Those are the primary forces. We're just friends with them, right? We're technically friends with Russia when these things were happening as certain times too. Not so much in Afghanistan, but after that, you know, with Gorbachev. So, like, what do you mean? Where? They hated, the Al-Qaeda hated Saddam. They wanted us to kill Saddam. Look at it. Go look at the transcripts confirmed by multiple sources when bin Laden says our forces will go to fight Saddam, don't call the Americans. Why would he not want the Americans there? Is it really what he says about, oh, they're going to be American forces in Mecca and Medina? There's not supposed to be non-Muslims here. I honestly believe that because I'm bin Laden. Do you really think that? No. It's because he understands that American military vehicles being brought to Saudi Arabia hurts his end goal of overthrowing the monarchy. It's obvious. Like, it's not hard to understand why bin Laden was like, don't call the Americans, for starters. And secondly, he believed he could kill Saddam. And look at what Daesh did. Al-Qaeda in Iraq waged a successful insurgency. So he says, send me instead. My forces are ready to go. Literally, Afghans were there ready to fight as well. And they said, where are the caves that you're going to hide in when he attacks you with chemical weapons? And bin Laden looks back at him right dead in the eyes and says, we will fight them with our faith. And he was right. He was 100% right, because he did the same thing to the American insurgency. It was ultimately Al-Qaeda's propaganda and narratives, even though it was waged by the group that would be Daesh.
America deserved 9/11. Oh, fuck. That's what's happening.
They only deserved 9/11 in the aspect that they had the military that could do what Al-Qaeda needed. Al-Qaeda didn't have the military to do what they needed. That's the only aspect you could frame it as how they deserved it, is that they invested in their military and they deserved it because it was Al-Qaeda's goals to get that military into the Middle East.
Dude, Osama bin Laden, you're so based. Oh my God. No. It's
Why
just
not?
Hassan clip. It is. It's not.
Why can't bin Laden be based?
Listen, okay.
Is building roads not based?
I'm just here to speak the truth.
Pretty.
Twitch wants to silence the truth. So be it. I shall die by my cause.
She's so cringe.
It's a history will absolve me moment for Hassan right now. Dude, I mean, I don't know about you guys.
What? Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
Have you seen Hassan talking about why America deserved 9/11?
Yeah.
So they're saying Hassan is absolved because other people are coming to the realization that America deserved 9/11 because they read one thing that bin Laden wrote about how the Jews are evil.
Oh, you mean 19-year-olds with no life experience and who have
Does
no
this
clue what
person
they're
look like a
talking about?
19-year-old with no life experience? It's been a lot of weird adults and millennials, actually, that I've seen doing the ones who are doing the defense. They're saying it's Gen Z on TikTok. That's not the videos I've seen reposted.
But the answer is yes, she does.
I question myself or my opinions or my stances every time that I see dissenters or
Doesn't
people who
sound like it.
disagree, rather. And then I look at the evidence provided by these people, and I look at like the totality of everything, and then I'm like,
Oh, you mean people in your Twitch chat aren't qualified enough to explain the actual things that happened, and you're an actual idiot and thinks your parasocial relationships are the ones that are your research partners? Shut the fuck up. Turn your fucking computer off and go touch some grass. Go actually, even better, go to a library, pick up some history books, and read. Even better, use your computer to do it. Stop wasting your time streaming and actually research shit. Then come back when you've got some knowledge and shut the fuck up. That would be very great. Fucking Twitch streamers.
yeah, no, history will absolve me. Yeah, like a decade from now.
You think 20 years on would have absolved you, right? No. No.
When we all agree that what happened in Gaza was unbelievably terrible and that Israel was, occupying this nation and was putting these people in like a prison, an open air prison. Yeah, I think people are going to, yeah. Uh-huh.
What we should start? A new Twitch streamer challenge. Stop talking about geopolitics challenge. Just stop.
Bro, Destiny. I keep getting these clips pushed on my feed, and this one today, it's like Destiny doing like geography quizzes, thinking it's gonna like. I assume you would get better at geography if you're actively trying, but it's something like him talking about Egypt, and he goes, "Does Egypt share a border with Russia?" Because he's getting I'm like somebody explained that he was getting Egypt confused with Turkey, which isn't any better. But that's so funny.
Christ. Jesus Christ. You should find that video, find that geography quiz. I'll take the quiz and just show how easy it is.
You're not an American, though.
Not any government in the world. The truth is he killed 3,000 people that have nothing to do with him. Feels? What?
And also, this whole thing about the letter being justification, what she's saying right now, like, oh, this guy killed 3,000 people that have nothing to do with him. Before this, like, I think even in the same interview where he says we're visiting it back upon you, he justifies what he does to Americans, not because of the Jews, but because they're a democracy. And because they're a democracy, they all influence and have power over what their government does. He says the people of Saudi Arabia are the true innocent people. Right?
Interesting. Very interesting justification.
Right. Almost like it's stupid and an excuse. Because his real justification can't be stated. He can't. Why, as bin Laden, would you do a terrorist attack and be like, here's exactly what I want you to do and learn from this?
Because life is a Hollywood film.
Uh-huh. Let's just take him what he says. Take him at his word.
It's his word, though.
Dude has died.
Riveting content.
What? I don't understand. Sorry, I'm too page.
Majority of these situations.
I'm too what?
Insanely eye-opening.
No idea.
I really urge everybody to. Majority of these.
Nothing to do with him. What? I don't understand. Sorry, I'm too page.
Majority of these situations.
Paged?
This
letter
no idea.
Eye-opening.
No
I
idea.
really urge everybody to Google and read it.
So
look, here it is.
All right.
We're gonna read it now.
Okay, let's read it. I've never actually.
This is the shit I can't stand so much about reading Al Qaeda transcripts is they always have to put like in the name of this blah blah blah. They have to put all these edicts and shit in their fucking letters, and it's just like, can you just get to it, bro? It's like I talk about this letter that it's like it's Saif al writing to KSM and basically telling him that he's a fuckface and that he told him this was going to happen. All their forces and what they've built for years has been destroyed in months. You know, it's like right before the invasion of Iraq, right? And they're talking about what's next. How do we get to the next phase of his plan. And he's just calling him an idiot, blah blah blah. But then also he's like, "I love you, brother, by the name of blah blah blah." And like so, like half the letter is just like weird, like like Quranic stuff and quotes from the Quran, and the rest is him calling him an asshole.
That's hilarious.
Baked.
I
Okay,
think just by
yeah,
virtue of being
makes sense.
Arab, I guess.
The fact that they have the nerve to quote the Quran in this shit is honestly like kind of insulting. Because like
Just like me.
yeah, I just put it up. But like we were talking about this the other day with somebody, and I was just talking about how the interpretation of the sword verse is twisted, right? And how they'll take one verse of the Quran, and to the sword verse is the best example because it basically says like it's something like slay the idolaters wherever you find them, which also can be translated to polytheists. Like when slay them wherever you find them, but if they like turn and accept Allah, then you should not kill them because God is forgiving and merciful. So Bin Laden used this to say, if the West converts to Islam, then we won't fight them. This is an excuse, you see, because that's not going to happen, and he knows that. That's why they use it as justification. But if you read the entire text of the sword verse, there's like important context of the verse before and after it. And it's also taking place because I talk about this all the time with people like atheists who dismiss the Bible and stuff. It's still a historical document, right? We look at myths from Mesopotamia to place things in history as well, right? Why would we do that without these religious texts? So alone as a historical document, as it stands, you can make an analysis of the Quran by showing that this is when he was literally in a war, right? So he's talking about war and advising in war. They're talking about a very specific enemy. They're not talking about the West or what you should do in future warfare. They're talking about a very, very specific time in history and how these people, the prophet and his followers, went on a conquest, basically, right? Which also is in other holy books. Like I talk about how they like strap Moses' hands to the sticks because the myth is like that if he held his hands up, his forces would continue winning the war. And it comes from a time when they would put statues of their gods out on the battlefield, thinking that like that gave them strength. And it's adapted from that, right? So like there's context here for all these verses that they just take, and they just take one verse and be like, this justifies everything that I'm doing. They twist the translation around it, and like the sword verse itself, like Abdullah Azam's interpretation of the sword verse is very much what a lot of this is based around, is that specific one verse of the Quran that Azam, who was a scholar, but he's also considered the godfather or grandfather of jihad, right? And a lot of people will defend him. I'm one of them. Was he like an awesome guy? No, but he had a point in what he was doing. He was a displaced Palestinian. He had real conviction. And Bin Laden, I don't know if there's really that conviction there. He's a different person. Especially because Zohar, he comes in and kind of pulls him away from Azam. But a lot of people, like a lot of radical, and I'm talking like guys in Al Qaeda who I talk to, say things like jihad today would be different if Azam was still alive. It would be more peaceful, things like that.
Interesting.
By virtue of being Arab, you know about the U.S. and all the war crimes they've committed in the region. So let's go. In the name of Allah, the most gracious.
You can skip all that. Skip the Quran shit.
Disbelievers given to those believers who are fought against because they have been wronged, and surely Allah the Islamic Sharia using violence and lies and orders us in Lebanon, like Satan. So fight you against American writers. You also attacked us in some is indeed the plot of Satan. Some American writers You also attacked us in
Oh, come
Somalia.
on.
You
Pick one.
She skipped it.
Oh, okay. It's both of you skipping around.
launching atrocities.
No, I was trying to find where she went to this part
Yeah.
here, and she skipped from.
Well, it's also this also might be edited.
But she skipped a bit.
See, we disavow all of this. Is this the Streamer Insanity channel that puts that on there? Because it's like a re-upload. You know?
Yeah, unhinged archives.
Yeah.
The Indian oppression against us in Kashmir and the
Oh,
Jewish
okay.
aggression against us in Lebanon. Under your supervision,
What does this have to do with the United States?
The governments of our countries, which act as your agents, attack us on a daily basis. These governments prevent our people from establishing the Islamic Sharia, using violence and lies to do so. These governments give us.
He's even saying these governments. Even in the letter there where it's propaganda, you can come to the conclusion on what he's actually against here. It's not the West.
These governments steal our
It's
wealth.
all these countries attacking us here, here, and here. Not the West doing it. It's India.
And sell them to you at a paltry price. Oh man, like this is not lies though, this is true. This is true though, you know?
Uh-huh. You know that this guy was a billionaire, right?
Surrendered to the Jews and
I
handed
guarantee she
them
does not.
most of Palestine, acknowledging the existence of their state over the dismembered limbs of their own people. The removal of these governments is an obligation upon us and a necessary step to free them and make the Sharia the supreme law and to regain Palestine. And our fight against these governments is not separate from our fight against you. You steal our wealth and oil at paltry prices.
That's why it's coming up. That's why this is surfaced now.
What?
Because of Palestine.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I said this in the last stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of your international influence and military threats. This theft is indeed the biggest theft ever witnessed by mankind in the history of the world.
Says the billionaire.
Yeah.
Was your wealth not thieved? Would you even be in the jihad in Afghanistan if you didn't have wealth for Islam to exploit bin Laden?
That's an interesting question.
No.
No, of course not. He was the angel investor.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally, that's why Islam wanted him there.
Mm-hmm.
Your forces occupy our countries. You spread your military bases throughout them. You corrupt our lands. You besiege our sanctuaries to protect the security of the Jews and to ensure the continuity of your pillaging of our treasures.
What about Iran?
Iraq, where children die every day.
She doesn't care about Iran.
It is a wonder that more than 1.5 million Iraqi children have died as a result of your sanctions, and you did not show concern.
And
yet when
it's so funny that bin Laden would be like, "Hey, your sanctions killed all these Iraqi children while planning to he's literally funding Kurdish Al Qaeda at this point, right? They're literally planning an insurgency in Iraq at this point, and he's like, "Hey, you killed all these Iraqis while planning to kill Iraqis."
It's very ironic.
It's bin Laden for you.
Yep.
Their world rises and has not yet set.
It's so funny that they don't realize, even in here, they don't realize that it says governments are evil.
Yeah. Completely overlook it.
She's literally doing the TikTok thing. She's reading it and being like, "Dude has a point."
Terrorist hates our freedom.
There it is.
We better go kill another million children just to be safe. This letter is not designed for TikTok, though. Yeah, of course not.
Why not?
Yeah,
all right. You supported the Jews in their ideas that Jerusalem is their eternal capital and agreed to move your embassy there. With your help and under your protection, the Israelis are planning to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque under the protection of your weapons.
Because that sure has happened.
The Al-Aqsa Mosque to pollute it as
I'm sure the Israeli would love to do that, but that hasn't happened. So
nope. Are only a few examples of your oppression and aggression against us. It is commanded by our religion and intellect that the oppressed have a right to return to the aggression.
Yeah.
return the aggression. Do not await anything from us but jihad, resistance, and revenge. Is it in any way rational to expect that after America has attacked us for more than half a
Gabriel,
century,
ASS America.
that we will then leave her to live in security
her.
and peace?
So why isn't he attacking Israel?
She can't answer that question.
Listen, man.
It's like the road to Jerusalem is through Yemen.
The whole like ignoring, Palestinian Jewish people and like pretending like this is a the Jews situation. Disavow. America deserved 9/11. I can't disavow facts, man. I can't disavow reality. That's not how that works, bro. Like, yeah, blowback, man. Yeah. Sorry, we have to live in this world. His theocracy is wrong, but the geopolitics aren't. Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys don't know. I was gonna say,
I mean, to a degree, yes, his geopolitics are not wrong. If you look at it like he understands that he needs America to overthrow the regimes he's actively against in this letter, you fucking idiots. Yeah, he understands geopolitics, which is why he wrote the letter in this exact way.
Like theocratic governance, yeah? Governance should be secular. You should be able to practice what you want to practice, regardless of your government.
That's not what he's saying. No. Did you get that from what he just said?
No.
Did you not see that he said that he was calling for an Islamic state in place of these governments? He clearly said that. Is that what we are saying? What is going on? I don't understand. I'm too baked.
Anti-government and state, or sorry, church and state, right? So I fundamentally disagree with half of this shit. But the criticisms of the United States are all correct.
Are they?
Every single criticism right here.
It's almost like he just looked at how Americans cry about their own country and wrote it on paper.
That's literally what it is, and then it confirms their own biases.
He's not stupid, man. Like, this guy is a genius. A genius
very
engineer.
Smart. Very, very smart guy.
Man. The civilian part, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. I agree when it comes to, like, military personnel, you know? And I said this,
as well as the 3,000 people that died.
So you condemn what Hamas did in Gaza or not? I'm confused. Or in Israel or not? Because I'm confused. Because like we all are agreeing that what Israel is doing in Gaza is fucked up. So do we condemn? So if we're against the civilian aspect, are we against what Hamas did or not? I'm confused.
Or October 8th or 9th.
Oh, there we go. 7th.
If Hamas explicitly, actively, exclusively targeted IDF members and there were no civilian deaths, I would consider them to be freedom fighters.
See, we said the same thing. We said that if they had discretion and only killed IDF.
Guess what? They're not freedom fighters, so that's why they didn't do it.
Yep.
It's almost like they're not what you want them to be. Just like Bin Laden is not what you want him to be.
They're almost exactly like the IDF. So I wonder if she supports the IDF.
Probably.
Or does she only support the fascists on one side?
I mean, they're both destroying Gaza, are they not?
That is like the epitome of a freedom fighter.
No.
You are trying to free your people without causing excess harm.
Yes, that's totally what Hamas wants to do, is free people.
Yeah, Hamas, Palestinians and Hamas are not the same thing.
This is like thinking Al-Qaeda in Iraq was a freedom fighting force.
Yeah.
New York and Washington. If Sharon is a man of peace in the eyes of Bush, then we are also men of peace. America does not understand.
You know who's a freedom fighter?
So we.
Muhtar Sadr.
Yes, he is.
You're addressing it using the language it understands.
Where's his letter? His letter would be way more unhinged, bro. That dude,
It really would
that
be.
dude is a fucking psychopath. You know the underpants gnome from South Park, where it's like step 3. I don't know. That is Sadr's like main strategy. Step 1, jihad. Step 2.
She's about to support an eye for an eye.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I
Stop talking.
He's not wrong about that. The U.S. only understands violence.
Just stop talking.
When has any
What
other
are you talking about? The
international
U.S.
ever
only
been-
understands money.
Yeah, it's literally money. It's the only thing it operates in. Capitalist society.
That's
and
why
everything.
Bin Laden used violence instead of money. He had plenty of money.
He could have easily influenced people.
I mean, he built roads and he helped develop infrastructure in Sudan.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean in America though, he could have easily bankrolled people.
Did his brother not start George W. Bush's first company?
Mm-hmm. How interesting.
He already was. The Bin Ladens are invested in America.
Does she know this? Probably not. Does she care? Of course not, because this is all about clicks.
Convince the U.S. to do something
How else is she going to fund her weed?
it didn't want to.
I need weed money.
Like, this is why all global warming.
This is how easy it is on Twitch, though. Bit of cleavage, get free money.
Oh, come on. I need to disavow this sticker for myself at this point.
Just get the cleavage out, you'll be right.
Warming meetings that we have.
Let's look at Heffels after this.
Sit on a fluffy chair and talk about how Hamas is
who
a
loves,
good person.
Hamas is a good group fluffy chairs.
Bin Laden is based and shit. You've got half of it.
You know who loves sitting on fluffy chairs, though, Jack?
Who?
The guy who's always angry about the military being gay.
Yes.
He has like a poodle chair.
Hilarious.
All of our attempts to prevent the destruction of our planet. The U.S. is like,
I don't know. In what way? Uncanny Valley how? I'm curious.
Like she's not human?
Oh, like she's a bot. It's AI.
You have a conversation with her and a dialogue tree appears.
Stop destroying the planet.
Does this deserve human rights? AI robots advancing the discussions.
Yeah,
is this sentience or just a program?
Sit your ass back down. It's the U.S. only responds to violence. Really, it's true. Like
no, it's not.
This is what hegemonic power does, man.
Mm-hmm. Tell us more with your geopolitical expertise.
Back to where we were.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing we call to you is to stop your oppression, lies, immorality, and debauchery that is spread amongst you. We call you to be a people of manners, principles, honor, and purity, to reject the immoral acts of fornication, homosexuality, intoxicants, gambling.
Saw that coming. I wasn't even reading it. I'm like, oh no.
And trading with interest.
It's funny because people are giving DJ Khaled shit because he's running gambling ads while his people are being bombed, and I just keep commenting, dude's playing with blocks right now. Like,
life, there's Roblox.
If we could get stock bros off this planet, I'm not gonna lie, kind of agree with you, man. I kind of agree with you.
You think Bin Laden's not a stock bro?
Literal billionaire.
You think what do you think he did for Al Qaeda? Do you think he like? He's literally the
I mean, that's
manager.
gamble.
He's
Yeah.
literally the man. And yeah, you could say he made gambles with their money.
Mm-hmm.
He evaluated risk.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He was a risk assessor. And also, she's agreeing with getting rid of homosexuality too. Yeah, okay, cool, very based.
For real though, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm joking. That is a joke. That is me joking.
Mm-hmm. It's what every tanky
The
says when they
target of
deny
that joke
genocide.
was me making fun of business bros that I fucking hate. Okay, all right. I'm fully
You know
aware
who I
that
fucking
like,
hate?
the
Twitch streamers.
anti-usury stuff is very, 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 very firmly
Awful.
based in anti-Semitic tropes surrounding Jewish people being bankers, et cetera, et cetera. That was just a all right. And then this, let's see. Oh my god, this is so
Oh no, I have to read. I have the attention span of a goldfish.
dude. Was Osama bin Laden a leftist? Because this bitch be writing. Christ. All right, where were we?
Well,
I'm not going to read all of this, but I had a couple other paragraphs that looked kind of interesting that I just
when you keyword search.
You're a nation that practices the trade of sex in all its forms.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's fine. Sex is fine. And because of this, you have been described in history as a nation that spreads diseases unknown to man in the past. Go ahead and boast to the nations of man that you brought.
I mean, that
AIDS
was more
to
the Europeans than the Americans.
Holy shit, AIDS is a satanic American invention. Jesus Christ, that's awesome.
He might actually believe that, though.
That's awesome.
So to a degree, bin Laden is also a conspiracy theorist. Because you kind of have to be bin Laden. Am I right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have to be. Like, you can't come to these conclusions without that. Yeah, she did.
An invention. That's pretty sick, though. I'm not gonna lie. America inventing a satanic AIDS. That's kind of. I'm sorry.
This is exactly why bin Laden would kill you.
But that sounds satanic AIDS.
Ethan got in trouble for saying that to some guy because Ethan was getting so unhinged after the October 7th attack.
Yeah.
And basically this guy, it's just a picture of him smiling, and Ethan was like, you know, Hamas would hang you, right? Still to this day, people are like, I unfollowed Ethan for this. Like, calm down, bro.
Jesus Christ.
You literally didn't do anything.
Oh my god, that Spider-Man is saving me from crazy Iblis.
I hope that's not echoing for everyone else.
It's not.
Yeah, it's for me still.
Well, Chad, is it echoing the sound bites?
What was the Osama essay? It was fine. If you guys want to read it, like the web archive has the rest of it. I mean, it just says stuff like we also advise you to stop supporting Israel. Yeah. I agree. Everything that is critical of America's geopolitics is correct.
No. Coming from
everything that has anything to do with anything else is not good, of course. Yes. This is our message to the Americans, and as an answer to theirs, do they now know why we fight them and over which form of ignorance by the permission of Allah we should be victorious? About that, King.
How'd that go?
About that. Didn't play out quite like that. Apparently there's also a mogul mail video on it. I'm not going to watch it because I assume we covered most of it, but...
Oh, God. All right. Done. Lucky dip. Let's see what's next.
Helping you spend.
I think there's a thought slime video.
Yeah, that's the one I randomly clicked on.
Oh, okay.
This is the hardest video I've ever had to make. I never thought I'd have to make a video like this, but it has come to my attention that I have failed men. For those not familiar, men are like how I describe them. They're like normal people, but usually they're bigger and usually they're hairier and they don't typically smell as good. It's hard to describe them because they're quite variable. Some of them are Chinese, some of them are dentists. They're all different. You know one when you see one. But it's not important what men are. What's important is that it's been brought to my attention that some of my words have been deeply offensive to men and people within the larger male fandom. And that was never my intention. I would never want to mock people who I think could defeat me in a fight. Besides, some of my best friends are men. I have men in my family. I'm even half man on my father's side. I have a deep and abiding respect for men and male culture. I've participated in many of their rituals, gone to their places of worship, ate their traditional foods. I will now give the traditional male apology for any offense my thoughtless words may have caused. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, bro. Be good, bro. Now to back up and explain myself a little bit, in a video about the deeply embarrassing Nick Adams and the deeply embarrassing way he tries to portray himself as an alpha male by stepping on candies and going to boob restaurants.
Until M&M's rectify this grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's, this boycott will remain. M&M's,
put down the woke M&Ms.
I said the following.
The fucking guy.
Yeah, isn't he great? You've never heard him talk before, huh? You didn't know he was Australian.
I did know he was Australian. I know he's like a MAGA Republican, but Australian. I blocked him, I think, because he was just that insufferable. Just fucking... Oh my god.
Question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large, are more powerful than women. There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life,
argument.
if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems. I can see now the mistake I made, which is that I took it for granted that my words would be understood in the context I said them in, rather than used outside of that context to give the illusion I had said something different than what I said. And for that, I apologize. Never in a million years would I have thought that simply saying the most banal, obvious, and self-evident facts about the reproduction of patriarchy could be taken as evidence of a supposed demonization of men and manhood, particularly because the whole fucking video...
I have a feeling that this is going to be a 45-minute video about a video that mentioned him in for 5 seconds. That's what I'm predicting.
The whole fucking thing was about how insincere this type of performative masculinity is, how it does not represent men realistically, and holds them to standards that are both impossible and, this is important, deeply stupid. But then, some very concerned people reached out with some gentle criticism, some suggestions like that I should kill myself, more people than the normal amount that tell me to kill myself, and a lot of people complaining that I hate men and also for some reason white people, which I don't feel is related, but okay, I'll work on that too, I guess.
You know how you fix this problem? Don't read the comments and then move on with your life because it's the internet. And just like Twitter, it's not a real place. So go outside.
Yes. And I didn't want to admit it at the time. I thought, what's probably happened here is that some chud must have talked about me in a video. Some chud didn't like a thing I said, and they showed it to their chud audience to get them mad at me about it. But what happened next shook me to my core. Because it turns out it wasn't a chud that talked about me in a video. It was Shoe on Head. But what? Well, she didn't really talk about me so much.
What's the difference between her and a chud exactly?
And passing in a video. And that was why suddenly my feed sucked more for a little while until they got bored. And it confused me.
You mean that if you did exactly what I said, you'd have never cared ever because they would have forgotten and moved on. Amazing. Crazy how that works. That happens every time.
Confused my delicate little brain.
Huh?
I would understand if some chud made a video about me, but True on Ed is, of course, no right-wing culture warrior. Now, I'll grant you, she once was. She was once an anti-feminist crusader in the meme wars. She rubbed shoulders and hobnobbed with all sorts of anti-SJW alt-right adjacent figureheads and white supremacist terrorists back then, but in time,
White supremacist terrorists
fell from her eyes like
it's a bit
Paul on
much.
the road to Damascus. And now she's a bona fide, real, honest-to-God, no-fooling leftist. She said so. Of course, those old videos are still there. You know, she's not running from her past. And of course, they're still monetized. Like, she's still benefiting from her past. But when people come to our side, it's cause for celebration. They should be welcomed and given leadership positions.
cares?
That's called solidarity. People can
Mike
change.
Tyson still
People
benefits
change
from
without
his
meaningfully
past.
changing their
Huh?
Mike Tyson still benefits from his past.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who cares?
behavior. And at the time, I was too busy to respond.
It's the topics of her videos, and because she likes conservative men. That's really what it is. Like, she kind of flirts with the far right a little bit, but most of her videos are fairly inoffensive, I think. People obviously disagree, but I don't know.
I'm talking to customer support here, and it's being as helpful as always.
Because, of course,
First
I was
they
working
go,
on a video
click
about
the echo cancellation button, and I said
Jesus
it already
Christ.
is, and then they said unclick the echo cancellation button.
disingenuously calling for left unity in order to use our spaces to spread their right-leaning, often bigoted ideas. So, of course, you see, I had no time to think about shoe on head. No, I'm doing it again. I'm being snide. I mustn't be snide. Being snide is what got me into this mess. Look, I can't see inside shoe on head's heart. If I were forced to guess, I'd imagine her conversion, so to speak, is genuine. I don't think she's lying about that, and I don't really give a shit if she is.
StreamYard, I unclicked the box. Let's see if it fixed it. I also switched my mic to be my...
You're really quiet
I
now.
switched my mic to see if that helps. So it's now on my camera mic real quick.
I will never understand.
Still echoing.
I will never understand.
Didn't fix it. Thanks, StreamYard.
And I don't think it would matter if she was. For the record, I find it far more likely that she did genuinely change her mind about some things, but also held on to a lot of her previous biases without realizing it. I think she's coming from a background of like latent right-wing echo chambery spaces, and she still has a lot of those ideas bouncing around in her brain.
I wonder if he realizes that you can be left-wing and not like those cringe, like, social justice warriors at the same time and have equal criticisms. Like, is that not a possibility? It's just this left-right direction brain bullshit that all these people have. That's why I don't like these people.
And it's not that she like sat down and like deliberately, maliciously said, good, I will infiltrate the leftists by pretending to be one of them. That's a cartoon thing to do. She didn't do that. Sometimes leftists are shitheads. I don't know what to tell you. She would say I'm a shithead. I would think that wouldn't cause her to think I am like a fake leftist any more so than a lot of people do.
What is
now,
a
she
leftist?
doesn't really so much talk about me in her
That's the
video.
question, isn't it?
She includes like 2 seconds of me talking.
Did I not fucking say that? Did I not say this is him making a 45-minute video from a video that he was mentioned in for less than 5 seconds?
Yeah, well, this is the man. And also, this video was made months ago. That's how long it took him to make this video as well. To mold for that long. But also, this is the man who made an entire apology video because he said nanners to refer to crazy people in the video beforehand. So,
oh my god,
that's the audience and people that watch him.
Jesus. Okay.
But hey, is it better than Shu?
No. Her videos are watchable.
They are. Her videos, I don't mind. That. I mean, I still can. I just don't have as much to tear apart as compared to like this cancer.
I mean, the video she released just the other day was actually pretty good.
Yeah, well, you're a fascist, so.
It's so funny. But so was the She did another video like that one, but for guys as well, and it was just as good. Right? It's no different. It's just that sort of that posting their L's content sort of stuff, where it's just stupid people posting their posting shit they shouldn't be posting.
Although within those 2 seconds, she does do some, let's call it creative editing.
Why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like,
Ads. Mega price pizzas are now with crazy deals on both. What, 200 smashed off the smart server?
No way.
This quite covered headphones.
men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also,
Did she just peer research him? Damn.
I think so.
Wow.
Murder. Okay.
Sorry, Shu, I should have been clearer about this. I was talking about who has power over who in the scenario. You probably didn't realize that because it was in the part of the video that you skipped, but generally...
Is he really complaining about her clipping 2 pieces together? Jesus Christ.
When you're willing to kill someone, that grants you a certain power over them. Kind of thought that didn't need clarifying, but there you go. That's why I threw that statistic in there. They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff.
No, I don't think leftism is about having less stuff. I do think it is about flattening unjust power dynamics and kind of dismantling oppressive power structures. And so if one group is systematically denied stuff, then yeah, taking stuff from the people denying it and giving it to them is indeed leftist. Kind of thought that went without saying, kind of thought that was self-evident. If one were to simply watch her video, which approximately 3 million people did, they'd get the impression that I was saying that the left should not do outreach to men because men are murderers and evil, when in fact, what I actually said was the left.
Okay. Yeah, there was like a trend of these videos. There was like a spate of these videos that came out where it's like the loneliness epidemic from the right wing. So all over the place.
I will never understand.
Didn't fix it, StreamYard.
There was a bunch of these videos, and they all were basically the same video. You know that news media video that the tankies love to play, where it's all repeating the same thing.
Yep.
That's basically what it would have been if you'd played all those YouTube videos.
By virtue of the positions we hold, we'll always have a harder time converting those who benefit from the structures we seek to dismantle, a position she herself states in the same video.
But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchy, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start.
And thus, the question of whether or not...
I don't think so. I think she meant exactly what she said.
I didn't see. No, I mean, like, I don't understand even what she's saying. I did a reaction to this video, but I deleted it.
Oh.
The left does enough to appeal to men is misguided. It's harder for the left to do that, kind of intrinsically. My points about men doing most of the murdering and assaulting, which is just a statistical reality, was not brought up, as Shu presents it here, as evidence that the left need not appeal to men. I brought it up many sentences later to demonstrate the relative power dynamics between men and not men. But she kind of just splices those two things together, and it gives the impression I'm simply...
It's funny, like most things with statistics, and it's been so played out, this argument.
Don't start.
No, I'm not going to, but I'm saying that it's
Don't
such a
start.
played out
Don't
argument.
start. Here we
right?
go, Jack. Another rant about why domestic violence is good.
No. It's more along the lines of like when they talk about this violence issue that it's men perpetrating it, they always miss. And this, as I said, this argument is so played out because it was in that whole Gamergate era. That it's also men who are like dying the most, who are committing suicide the most, and all of
Jordan
this sort
Peterson
of stuff.
arguments.
It is a Jordan Peterson argument, right? And this is why I'm saying that it's really played out, and there needs to be a newer argument because it is played out, and people eye roll when they hear it, and so do I. But I also eye roll when I hear this argument because it's all from the Gamergate eras. Like, leave it there. Stop. Like, we're 10 years past it now. Leave it there. Just please.
Dismissing
They're chasing the dragon.
Yeah, they're chasing the views. That's exactly what it is.
Hilariously, had to skip past a part where I specifically say that there are, of course, exceptions to the general rule that men are more privileged than, say, women. Because if she didn't, it would become clear that her entire framing of this issue is kind of horseshit. Because of course,
yeah, look, it's more economic than it is gender, but I'm sure you know that.
Of course, men have mental health problems. And of course, those mental health problems are important and worth taking seriously. The only people she seems to be able to point to say otherwise is like weird Twitter randos. Given that she likes to, let's say, embellish the contents of some people's tweets, I don't find that argument necessarily persuasive. Saying that someone has privilege, or even indeed that they actively enforce a structure which privileges them, doesn't mean that, like, we ought to never ever listen to them or help them with anything ever. If I were on fire, I would expect a less privileged person who is holding a fire extinguisher to help me. She also seems to be missing the broader critique people are making. I think that she's absolutely right.
Why do we always got to talk about this whole thing about your neighbor's house is on fire and like all these like weird things?
Because they always need analogies. They can't just explain it. They need this elaborate and analogous
They need to attach
bullshit.
emotions and feelings to the dialogue.
Funny how that works. It's almost like it's manipulative.
And shitty to respond to a man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to lay patriarchy at the feet of an individual man, and I don't think it's helpful to dismiss someone's mental health concerns on the basis of their own relative privilege, or even like their shitty attitude about it or whatever. Even if someone is like a sexist jerk, like their mental health problems are important. Mental health does not discriminate in this way. Even mean, shitty people deserve.
It does. I think Keffels has been talking about this, about how like with her addiction, like addiction is a mental illness. It is like when I talk about like PTSD and shit, I just say that when I was sick. I don't say anything because I don't see it as anything different than being sick.
I mean, that's fair.
And I can tell you who especially didn't give a shit about it, and it certainly wasn't the conservatards.
Yes.
And Keffels has been going on about this, about how the left claims that they care about mental health and continually prove that they don't. They call her a crackhead when they disagree with her. You know?
It's people who disagree, but also when you disagree on the left for whatever reason, it's like way no interest more in them. Vitriolic. And they turn your vulnerabilities against you.
As a true non-binary, you got to leave the left and right behind.
And taken seriously. That being said, it does kind of seem to me like Shu is suggesting that discussions of patriarchy and privilege are the thing which makes men depressed and lonely, or at the very least, the thing which prevents feminists and leftists from addressing the issue, that men feel undervalued and attacked specifically because of efforts to dismantle these privileges. Towards the end of her video,
there's one solution to this problem. Stop listening to Western feminists and read Oshalan. That'll solve your problem. That'll actually solve your problem. If you're a dude, do that. You'll understand. It'll make sense to you because it's not
privilege is a hierarchy. There's different levels of privilege.
Western feminist bullshit. Right? It actually explains how everything.
Now.
What?
Don't alienate the audience.
What, the one feminist?
The Western Hey!
For example, she says that men are natural providers and that their inability to provide makes them feel valueless.
A lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money.
I don't do any of that, and I have no money by choice. Like I could, only be able to spend 10 hours a week on 5th gen and put 40 hours into some fucking a guy's restaurant business. Yeah. Or I could live a life of hermitude and poverty and put everything into this. Which I guess is me just doing fandom, I guess.
And simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether
Yeah, well, that's if you grow up and don't question the system you were raised in and question the education you were given in a system that actually trained you to accept taking work home with you and working unpaid hours for people who don't give a fuck about you and think that you're replaceable because it's a corporate entity.
John Oliver's last show was about Dollar General.
Okay. And how they're like a massive conglomerate that's everywhere that all the big supermarkets are.
And evil as fuck. And how they are purposely understaffed their stores, and that's why they're in chaos, because they literally don't have the staff to unload the trucks. And at one point he shows a video where just random people are there helping put away stuff while the lady works the register. So it's like their stores are run that bad that literally people volunteer to do free labor because they feel bad for the people who work there.
That's crazy.
a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for.
And it does strike me as disingenuous to at once say that men feel undervalued because they're unable to be providers, which is obviously true and a serious problem, and then go on to say that men are natural providers, a phrase which insists that men are correct, that their value is based on how well they provide for others. It suggests that if a man's partner or family does not require him to provide for them, they are somehow robbing him of his natural position. This is...
You're muted still.
Jordan Peterson is right in this one aspect, which is that for the most part, as a general group, men have lost purpose. And it's not their fault. It's just society's progression. It's just like the Industrial Revolution. You just need to move on and find a new purpose. You just need to find a new way to go about things. And that's all it is. And it's not in a wider system or whatever. It's just figuring it out. And I think that that's all people really need to be told. And it's not really helpful, but it's kind of what you need to do. You just need to figure it out. You just need to roll with it and, that sort of thing. And that's where all this manosphere shit comes in and starts diluting it and starts weaponizing it. And now we've got fascists everywhere, which is just great. So great. And it's all connected.
In my view, rather ironically, precisely the type of gender essentialism that creates the loneliness and depression she is ostensibly so concerned with. The idea of men just being naturally the providers is the justifying logic of patriarchy. Of course, it's not that non-men have been forbidden from or kept out of positions where they could provide for themselves. It's simply that men are, by nature of being men, naturally seeking out those positions and do them better because of their natural provider vibes. You see this logic applied each and every time some dickhead claims the wage gap doesn't exist and that women simply choose jobs which pay less. No thought is given as to why women choose those positions or why those positions are paid less. That's just what women do naturally because of their girl brains, which naturally don't want as much money as men. It's kind of silly, right? Because of course there's no biological drive within men that makes them need to provide.
Did you not understand economics? People don't want to do shitty jobs. To get people to do shitty job, pay person more. It's very simple. And who's more likely to do shitty jobs?
Yeah, well, and that's another thing. Is I talk about the oil companies all the time because the manospheres love to show the riggers on the oil rigs saying, why aren't women doing this job? when these companies dump a lot of money into getting women to do these
Mm.
awful, shitty jobs that pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because they need the labor at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's the same reason the Soviet Union equalized the sexes, is because they needed as many bodies on the line as possible. Because at the end of the day, their objective was capital as well.
It's the result of patriarchal conditioning, the justifying logic of patriarchy, of maintaining male privilege,
conditioning,
backfiring, and making men sad because the thing it is justifying actually sucks. It sucks for everybody. So the solution to that problem is to undo that conditioning, to help them understand that others are their equal and thus equally capable of providing
I'm not
for
hearing
themselves.
any recommendations of reading
Their loved ones don't depend on them for survival. They need not be the breadwinner. They are valuable and worthy of love either way, as indeed all people are. If the boys need to provide to be happy, fulfilled, and mentally healthy individuals, if that is just a natural, normal
Do you think
part of being a
Shuanhead
man,
would be okay if we made her read Ashalan? Do you think she'd be okay after? Or
No.
would her entire world turn upside down from its foundations?
It would break her, yeah. It would break her. She would join the YPJ. Can you imagine?
change, and our goal is to prevent them from feeling those feelings. That would seem to suggest that men should at least be financially
What
privileged.
is happiness, though? You know,
Mm.
like, and from a Buddhist perspective, I don't understand many things about coveting wealth. You know, these people tend, like, look at Elon. Look at how lonely and sad and pathetic he is. Like, Elon is a textbook example of how somebody who can have basically everything is still pathetic, sad, and alone. It's, you know, if that artist who is struggling to survive is surrounded by a network of people who actually care about them, then, you know, it's only at night when they're going to bed hungry that they start crying about how they have nothing. You know, Elon cries 24/7.
Yeah, he does. It's genuinely hilarious.
To be the providers, that we shouldn't meddle in that natural, normal state of affairs. Now, yeehaw, hold up there, partners. I'm not trying to present that as Shu's opinion. I don't think it is. I doubt very much she would say that that is what she believes consciously. I don't want to present those as her words, nor would I sink so low as to edit 2 sentences she said together to make them appear to be her words. They are not. She is not.
This is the same fucking 2 seconds. He's still whinging about that same 2 seconds.
Yep. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Anyway, in Buddhism, this is why I distill what Buddhism actually being is that it's the belief that suffering is necessary, right? Elon is the way he is because of the lack of suffering he's experienced. You know, but the story of the Buddha, my chinchillas are fighting. The story of the Buddha is that he basically sits under a tree and starves himself after being a prince, right? And after that, he goes, "That was fucking stupid, but now I understand suffering," right? So the whole thing is that when you get hit with shit, it's a philosophy to think about that makes you understand that the shit you're being hit with is going to make you stronger in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to make you more empathetic in the end, and that you shouldn't let struggles close you off. But they can.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people who struggle end up being the most closed off person.
Yes. Yeah. And that's half the problem, right? They don't reach out.
They don't touch grass.
Well, yeah, that too.
It gets hard, man. I was really sick.
Yeah.
Not saying that. It would be a lie if I said that she was saying that. But it is the unavoidable extrapolation from what she is saying, leaving me with the question, does she kind of...
You should have just ended the fucking video there.
How long is the video? 45 minutes?
45 minutes long.
Yeah, we're definitely not watching the whole thing.
Okay, I'm skipping.
Skipping to what? Comments that he's.
This one.
Is this a video about? Oh, great skip. Is this a video about how Twitter runs these people's lives?
Men, so obviously they don't know any or
Yeah, that.
It's predicted 45%.
Oh, he
Yeah, I
moved
would
on.
agree with-
Congratulations, you moved on.
to an extent.
The housing crisis and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently.
And the rise of social media and internet pornography, which is
Social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things
Weird.
easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from
This is capitalism. This is
Yes,
not
it is
recognizing capitalism is the problem.
Yeah, which is disappointing because she calls herself a socialist.
Mhm.
You'd think that'd be the first thing she talks about. She can't offend her audience.
She calls herself is the key word.
Yeah.
Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million.
Look, I do agree that dating apps are like one of the worst fucking things ever
they've
made.
especially gotten worse.
Like gamifying dating
because
is
they've
just toxic.
Yeah, and I think especially the gamification of it became the norm.
Mm.
Right? Like everyone has a fucking like I don't anymore. But like everyone has a fucking Tinder, right?
Yeah. And now it's like
But,
going out and touching grass and actually going to a bar or going and trying to meet someone, right? The short attention span to attract someone is like it's basically you might as well be on fucking dating.
I have
profile.
so many friends who are women, right?
Mm.
And instead of going on Tinder to like find somebody to fuck tonight, because that's like good luck with that, right?
Yeah.
I missed him.
No, you were like, that's weird.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah. But so like I have a lot of friends, they go out to bars and like they like are being like extremely direct with these guys that they'll just suck them off in the bathroom, right? Because like everyone has needs, right?
Yeah.
And then like they end up feeling hurt at the end that they are rejected by the men because they look a certain way or something. It's like,
okay,
nobody is rejecting a blowjob in the bathroom, honey. They're just stupid and they only know how to flirt with people through a Tinder app now.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
It's completely broken the college age male's brain.
Yeah.
And Grindr is even worse. Like,
Really?
oh my god, the gays have it so much worse because, bro, I can't even put Grindr on my phone. Like, I open it and I immediately like am like, nope, delete. Like, it's it's so overwhelming.
Well, it's just old dicks.
It's literally like one time I made an account and I didn't even put like a name or profile picture or anything, and I got 3 messages.
What the fuck?
Like I was just looking to see like how gay the area was, right? Like
Holy
how
shit.
desperate and horny are you, my guy? Calm down. Just
Although if it's an app
constantly
for all
refreshing the
men,
new users, you
Yeah.
know?
that's wild.
It's insane. And like the gamification of it especially, and if you look at the stats that we see incels especially post, we're like, oh, I swiped right on 2 billion women and only 2 of them matched with me. Like if you look at the stats from people who are actually getting into successful meetups and relationships from Tinder, it's not happening. So even like you see like the women on Tinder now are not even using it for dating. They're just using it as a game. They literally, it's like their mobile game to swipe. And, you know, like I loved, I don't put it on my phone anymore, but like I loved dumb games that were like the clicker simulators, like Venture Capitalist, where you just tap the phone and then eventually get multipliers for your taps and you just tap the phone. Like those are some of my favorite mobile games, right? Is just the ones where you tap the screen. That's Tinder.
It's true. I also see a lot of girls just use it as a follower funnel to their Instagram
Yeah, yeah. That's what I
or
would
their
mainly use
OnlyFans.
mine for until I deleted
Which,
it.
which, to be completely honest, if you're a chick and you have an OnlyFans, you better make a Tinder because that's a great fucking business profit motive.
I know somebody. It's crazy because like I know somebody I matched with on Tinder a long time ago, and like I really just ended up not being that interested with them. But they were saying they were an adult film actress, and now I see them on like Pornhub all the time.
No shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So like they
That's
really
very
like made it up in the world.
Yeah. Probably doing exactly what I said, funneling
Yep.
Tinder to Instagram to OnlyFans. Yeah.
Well, they don't
Interesting.
even. I don't think they even use OnlyFans. Like this is like before
Oh, a while
OnlyFans
ago.
even. Yeah. Well, no. Now they're really like getting up there and being like one of the top performers in a lot of stuff, but a lot of like alt stuff. You know,
Yeah.
like tattoos and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a niche that you can excel in. Who? God, if I remember her name, I would tell you, but I don't. But like I only watch pegging videos, and she's been in those, so.
Result or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant
Hey, look.
dopamine, instant satisfaction, and hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend? We're so
Okay. So
I'm actually so on board with the OnlyFans thing. Like, get your bag. It's such a good idea. You don't even need to show anything.
Yeah, I know a
We'll
lot
just
of
pay
people who are
money.
doing great.
Yeah. Even if it's a little bit, it's a consistent amount.
I'd be doing it. I just
Yeah.
have so much time dedicated to 5th gen. That's
Yeah.
really where
I
if
mean,
I really wanted the extra money, that's where I'd go.
Well, guys are a niche on there as well.
Uh,
And most guys just have to understand that your clientele is going to be men.
Well, like,
And if you're okay with that,
I can market to like multiple audiences though, doing gay
yeah, but
shit.
you know what I mean? Like if
Like-
you're a guy on there, you kind of have to understand that your market will include a large amount of males. And if you're comfortable with that, there's no reason not to. You know what I mean?
So, a couple problems. I have it on good authority that there are people on social media and indeed within the economy who are not men. So, why then would the rise of social media make men specifically more unhappy? Why would economic anxieties primarily affect men? Why is it, do you think, internet pornography?
Haven't
is
studies
so
shown that it's specifically women who are like really getting affected by Instagram and shit?
Yes. Especially with the editing.
Yeah.
Women body dysmorphia in women has skyrocketed. Eating disorders skyrocketed. But so is stuff like fat acceptance, which is also an eating disorder. Come at me. I'll fight you. Come the fuck at me.
for men when various non-men are perfectly capable of becoming horny.
It's enabling an eating disorder. It's fucking revolting. It just fucking grinds my gears.
Don't believe me? Turn off Safe Search and Google Spiderpunk. Seems like if that was the explanation, everyone would be getting sadder because everyone is equally exposed to these things. And since it seems to be the case that this would affect everyone, and in case you want to dispute that, here's you saying it.
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before.
Yeah, they
But
are.
It's not just
They literally are. Like
It's
what's
also
the
like
controversy
COVID.
here? Yes, that also has a massive thing to do with it. Plus, actually, that's probably most of it. Honestly, the isolation fucked up a lot of people.
men, the women and children too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The
Yes.
economy is booming, as they say.
Yes, women are not baby factories.
Exactly.
I like how he got lazy and now he's just a smiley face man. Or they got lazy and now they're just a smiley face man. Or them, emoji. Do emojis have gender? Is this a...
It. It's an it.
Need to look after men's concerns in order to correct, kind of imply that men's mental health takes priority over that of others. Shu attempts to make the case that the reason the right is more successful at courting young boys
is fascism.
All right, I'm Googling Spiderpunk now.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to phrase it, is that the left doesn't even talk to them. We just sit in our ivory tower and we don't care. And we just say, it's not my job to educate you. And we sip our soy lattes and invent new.
Nothing's coming up. My safe search is off. It's almost like Google uses algorithms in their search results. Because this is just like, I could share my screen. None of this is bad. It's just Spider-Punk and more Spider-Punk. No, nothing to blur here. So I don't know. Maybe I did it wrong.
Maybe. Don't know.
What are you looking at Spider-Punk porn for?
Yeah, weird.
Each other. Now listen.
Arguably the best character in that movie, though.
I haven't seen only news.
I will never try to make the argument that leftists are not annoying. If your point was simply that leftists should be less annoying, I would open my heart to your words. You would be speaking directly to my soul. But to suggest that any leftist anywhere on earth would give up the opportunity to talk for a long period of time at anyone who might theoretically listen? Ludicrous.
Tanky make a short video challenge failed.
Fanciful.
Every time.
Wishful thinking. I think she is once again just taking the right's framing.
Meanwhile, all the right-wing people have to make it in exactly an hour because they only can do podcast format.
Are the only ones taking men's concerns seriously and treating them like human beings. To wit, a bunch of mean tweets from leftists.
Left spotted!
Make mean tweets about men, so obviously they don't know any or talk to any. And if one can't be reasonable on Twitter, a place famous for level-headed, even-keeled discussion, then surely they have abandoned the male race. Unlike the right, who is famously polite on Twitter and always work hard to take men's mental health very seriously and reach out gently with a sympathetic ear.
Twitter's not a real place.
Understanding these are the watchwords of right-wing Twitter. She gives, as a case study of this phenomenon, a young Mr. Andrew Tate and presents his explosion in popularity.
I'm pretty sure she presented it like he was a problem, not a solution, if I remember correctly.
Bro,
is a sort of
this is so this stopped me real quick, and so I'm so used to Thormund and shit that I saw this globe and I thought Thormund was responding to Daz here. I was like, Thormund spotted? Like, I was like, what did she do to get ONA to respond to her? But no, it's just another doofus with a globe.
Oh, that's funny.
Organic consequence of the left abandoning men to the mercy of the right. Guys like Tate and Peterson, she claims, rose to power simply because men yearned for genuine mental health advice and the left was simply too uncaring to offer it to them, instead choosing to vilify.
The online left is the more specific point here.
Them as toxic and privileged, and to repeatedly insist
there is no offline left, Jack. We've been over this.
reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men.
MRA doesn't exist. They're MGTOWs. Please get the acronym right.
What are you talking about? What does the vaccine do?
Huh?
I said, what are you talking about? What does the vaccine do?
What are you talking about?
You said mRNA doesn't exist.
No, mRNA.
I know, Jack. I'm being an asshole.
And MGTOW's much worse too. It's so cringe. Have you seen the pictures of them? It's so funny.
I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping?
So she makes a lot of hay of this, and she is, of course, correct in pointing out that it won't help any man's individual mental health to hear that. But also, it seems really weird to suggest, some might say dishonest to suggest, that that was the point anyone was making. Because really, it seems pretty clear that the tweets she was showing weren't suggesting men are depressed and lonely because they are rapists, and that the left advises them to knock that off, but rather that guys like this are giving bad advice, which encourages men to behave rapefully. Like, a lot of their advice boils down to disregard people's boundaries, and that's kind of
Rapists will always rape people.
But what does this have to do with Steven Universe, the best show ever made?
I can't believe I paused it on that.
Look, she's right though. Kids, don't be racist.
Yes, very correct.
I love this
Like
show.
this whole notion, and it shits me up the wall. Like I get the
Shits me up
sentiment.
the wall. is that when you have such catastrophic diarrhea that it literally launches you into the air? What is that supposed to mean?
I saw a video explaining Australian language. We should watch it. But it annoys me, this argument, and like I get the sentiment because I don't even know the statistic, but I reckon it's probably over 95%. 95% of rapists are obviously men, but 95% of men aren't rapists. You know what I mean? And it's like
Wait till you hear about Hamas and Palestinians. You'd be surprised about.
But like it's you can't change someone's moral code through shit advice. If they were never going to, they're never going to. It's not something that you just be like, it's time to rape. Like, holy shit. It doesn't happen like that.
That is like the most cursed soundbite I could ever cut, you know? Not that I would do that, because holy fuck, that would be dark.
Kind of a fucked up thing to teach people, I think, is the point.
Most rape is about power.
Yes, exactly. It is a power thing, yeah. But and I would argue, if you're really going to make this argument, I would argue that people in corporate positions, people in corporate positions would be more likely to do it, right? People who are not used to people saying no, or disagreeing with them.
You see it a lot in that where, because like people think about I'm just going to say the R word from now on to stop triggering people, where they think it's like something that like happens behind the gas station late at night, you know. But you look at Elon Musk trying to get this girl to give him a hand job and saying he'll give her a horse. Is that not what we're talking about here? Like that's how it happens. It's the coercive tactics.
Yes.
To hold power over them in these situations. And like Sarah Silverman has a joke about how if Louis C.K. asked if she wanted to watch him jerk off, she'd be like, hell yeah. You know, who's also not the best person as we've seen.
No.
Louis C.K. is probably better than her, honestly.
At least he asked.
Yeah, but the whole point is like the way he asked is in a very coercive way.
Yes. Yeah. Like if it was just like having a couple of drinks with some people and like, wonder if she jerk off? It's a bit different, but he's probably like standing over them. You know what I mean?
Well, he was pretty open about. That's the thing is like he has a little bit of luxury being like, because it came out at the height of like Me Too, so there's so much worse stuff at the same time that was going on. So I think he had a lot of the luxury to be open and honest about. Like he was very open about how weird it was and how it was a power dynamic scenario and all this stuff.
Which is I think why he came out the other end not so damaged.
Also because it was in comparison to everything else going on.
Mild, yeah.
And I think most people look at that and don't even recognize it as like some sort of an assault. They can't even recognize the whole power dynamic thing behind stuff, and they think the R word is stuff that happens behind the gas station at 3 a.m.
Well, that's the Hollywood depiction of it, right?
Yeah.
They don't depict like
that Jodie Foster movie.
Yeah. Well, they don't depict marital ones or relationship movies. I make no.
You mean a shoe on head video?
With this glib remark, it does not seem as though they were genuinely offering "do not rape" as mental health advice. I don't think it was her intention to be sympathetic to Peterson or Tate. She is, after all, making this video, partially at least, to talk about how harmful they specifically are, and how the left, in her view, is ill-equipped to confront them. She nonetheless
They
seems
are.
to share their view of themselves and their role in the discourse and how they became popular. She says, for example, that Tate seldom talks about politics.
And it's even worse when people who interview them, who platform them, can't counter their points. It's even worse because then they look better and they get those Ben Shapiro owns video style clips that they can post. And then they also have these networks of rubes who pay them money and post their shit everywhere. It's really quite impressive, the grift. Like, it really, really is. And look at the people that it's produced. Awful.
Politics. He just talks about men.
Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men.
More talks about women.
Transform your space
Right?
and
Andrew Tate talks about women more than he talks
Yeah,
about
he
men.
talks about how shit women are in the most misogynist way. Oh, and
Yeah,
he also
and
traffics them.
what? Oh, I was about to say he R-words them.
Well, that too.
About Andrew Tate.
I don't really know what that means. Like, I guess Tate doesn't talk about electoral politics very often. He does sometimes, but not as often as other stuff. But like discussing men and the way that men ought to behave and how the world ought to treat men or anyone else and the various power dynamics between those groups, that is political. If we divorce these men from their own myth-making, the circumstances of their respective rises to popularity are quite different than Shu has presented them here. Jordan Peterson first grew to popularity by lying about Bill C-16, a needlessly controversial amendment to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which extended existing protections against discrimination to include discrimination against gender identity. He rode the popularity wave of transphobic hate speech and parlayed that into a career as a public intellectual and parlayed that into a self-help grift. He didn't simply get popular out of nowhere.
And now he's a religious fascist.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing is that he doesn't only weaponize assault and these types of things, he's monetized it, which is especially twisted and sick.
It's the
he's literally scamming them to sell them a course.
It's the pickup artist renaissance.
Yes, exactly.
It's the early 2000s pickup artist renaissance. That's all it is.
Because men yearn.
I have one of those books. It's very cringe. It's so weird, but it's like a person infiltrating it, so it's not from someone within it. So it's actually very interesting, but it's more of a how to do it thing from an outsider's perspective. It's kind of cringe, but it's very interesting seeing how they work because they still exist. They never went away. They just slunk into the shadows.
For his sage advice. Andrew Tate became popular on social media by having the men in his self-help groups receive discounts if they flooded social media with posts about how cool and or sick he is. It wasn't simply an effect of his natural charisma.
Sparkling water you have to buy. So if you only drink sparkling water, you only drink rich man's water. You ever meet a man who's afraid of sparkling water, know this. He's certainly afraid of combat.
Or a world that was yearning.
It's such substanceless bullshit.
He's like, I don't like the bubbles. That's one of my favorite Andrew Tate videos.
Substanceless.
Look at how bald he is in this clip.
I know. He just needs to shave it. Just do the bearded bald.
He normally does.
Like, just don't bother.
And then says, I'm not bald. I can grow hair.
Yeah, clearly.
Unlike him, it was a deliberate and clever, albeit highly unethical media strategy that paid off. Something he was able to pursue because he was already a very successful sex trafficker. Both of these guys have an easy time winning the allegiance of young boys and depressed, desperate men because they're willing to lie. They don't actually care about the well-being of these men and boys. They'll just say whatever makes them a quick buck. Even if what they're saying hurts those men and boys, they'll just sell them whatever easy answers they already want to hear. That's why their audiences are full of either very young people who lack adult critical thinking skills or vulnerable people who are more easily subject to that type of emotional manipulation. They have no.
You could just remove the first one and just say vulnerable men. That covers everybody.
Don't discount how many children worship this man.
They're vulnerable.
Yeah, but they're also
vulnerable to manipulation.
I think it's fine to include both.
No problem claiming that if you do as they say.
Yeah,
all your problems will just be solved forever on their own. You'll stop being depressed. You'll make more money. You'll get strong. You will receive mad puss. It's not that like leftists just never thought of offering advice to men. It's that this
Yeah, that doesn't change. If you're an asshole, won't change shit. You just be an asshole with money.
is not a strategy that the left could or should emulate. Because like our goal, I hope, is not simply to trick people for easy money. We can't just lie to them. We can't ignore their safety or best interests in service of getting them to do what we want. We can't say, for example, that if they become intersectional feminists and study bell hooks, they'll get mad puss. I don't think it would hurt, but why would it help? I don't think it would do that. It's certainly not a guarantee. I think we can agree
Great echelon.
on that much. There are a lot of
not to get mad puss though.
No, just to be more based than any Western feminist and be able to destroy all of their arguments from an even better perspective. And then they won't even be able to come back. They'll just be like,
a lot of this,
fine.
a lot of modern echelon is also influenced by book chain as well.
In what?
Maury Bookchain influenced a lot of modern Echelonian thought.
Interesting.
But from the early age, like because of the book, like My Life Was Always a Revolution, you know, where it's like every day of my life is a struggle. What's her name? I know her nom de guerre is just Sarah, but yeah, I know this is one of the people in France that they assassinated, remember? And then they just did on the same date, they assassinated 3 more people like this year.
No.
Mm-hmm.
What?
One of my pinned tweets or pinned Instagram things that they did this.
Who did?
Turkey assassinated French citizens.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What for?
Well, this woman was a co-founder of the PKK, but they redid the assassination this year. They assassinated 3 more people just to show that a message that they did it.
Yeah, that they could.
This book right here, my whole life was a struggle, right? That's not what I wanted. I just, this prison memoir of a Kurdish revolutionary. So she was a founder of the PKK and is a huge part of responsibility of why it becomes so feminist, because she was there from the start, and like also like even from the perspective of the PKK just needed bodies, right? So why wouldn't they be secular or intersectional?
It just makes sense.
Yeah, but from there, even if that was their motive in the beginning, that's why they would do it. It still became this thing where a large part of the women who join this are joining it for that very reason, to escape the male-dominated world. The men who join, not so much, but the women who join, they almost universally have this idea that comes from people like this.
And
that's why Turkey killed her.
Yeah. Turkey moment.
whether or not you get mad puss. Perhaps take some time to examine why it is you feel entitled to mad puss in the first place.
I was about to say that. I'm like, maybe some introspection here might help.
For that matter, whether you are seeking mad puss simply as a means of projecting a sort of misguided social capital, after you've done that work, also try learning guitar. I don't know, maybe that'd help. Beyond even that, once it...
Just play Guitar Hero. It's just as cool. More fun.
Again, as I said in the video she misquoted me from, it is just more difficult to get a privileged group on the side of eliminating said privilege because, you know, they benefit from it. It privileges them, one might say. That is what privilege is. It's the only way that privilege can exist, because otherwise...
I really want to leave a comment that just says NACL. Because it's just a 40-minute salty video.
Mm-hmm.
If no one had an interest in maintaining it, it would just evaporate. It would go away on its own. That does not
What's
require,
next?
of course, that the privileged group...
We'll finish up this soon, so what's next? What should I change the title to?
Nope. 1 second.
I can hear ads in the background.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I am finding a video.
Well, keep playing this in the meantime.
Is consciously, willfully suppressing those they have privilege over, though sometimes they might be, or that they're necessarily deliberately malicious in some way, though sometimes they might be, Men aren't privileged because they sit around scheming about how to oppress other people, obviously. I think it goes without saying that most men,
Listen, man.
given the choice, would prefer that all people are treated equally. I think that is the normal thing to get a privileged group pretty much everyone wants. But it's just self-evidently more difficult to get people who benefit from inequality on board with the project of equality. All things being equal, people like to have benefits. Why else would most feminist icons be women? Why else would most civil rights icons be black? This isn't difficult stuff. This isn't complex theory. It's common sense, and here's you saying it.
Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of
We want to do
women's
more
rights.
gay military.
Is there gay military stuff?
Something about the Marines.
What about it?
Please tell me the Marines ain't that bad. Could do that one. Christopher Hitchens and Jon Stewart.
See, I don't have any of the links because I opened a new browser trying to fix the problem.
Yeah, no, I know. I've expended all of them.
What do you mean?
I'm just going through the watch later. So Christopher Hitchens,
I
Jon Stewart.
I sent a bunch of links though.
Yeah, I've used them all.
Impossible. That's not possible. Gay military.
Yeah, we can do gay military.
I love gay military.
We can do media. Australian media's high horse from Friendly Geordies.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna look at Friendly Geordies.
Do you want to put that one on? It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, I was holding off on addressing this topic for quite some time. It's a very complicated.
All right, need to change title.
Hang on, I got one for. How about this?
Well, I was going to say you could change the title to Australia's Best Journalist Explains the Media.
Oh yeah, send that to me. I'll do it. I was going to say, how about this? Or it was just Hassan watching the Mearsheimer interview. It was going to be a joke.
Complicated situation, and people get mad no matter how careful you are when you address it. A group of people is always going to get the shit, but I got to bite the bullet. It is important that I don't shy away from the tough topics. I'm going to lose half my audience over this. Israel, Ling your mate's ex. Okay, let's find out.
There's also that come and see video.
Yeah, but that one's a short one as well, so we'll do this one, and then we'll do that one to finish. I will change the title. Title changed. There we go. I'm sure our Kiwi friend will know who Friendly Geordies is, but I'm not sure anybody else.
Is good mate share, don't they? Mainly the reason I didn't want to do this video is because any point you make, you have to couch 500 words of blustering condemnation, restating beliefs over and over. Beliefs that should be self-evident to any person with a basic level of humanity, which I don't possess. So go on, accuse me.
I'm actually not sure which way he's going to go with this because the media has been pretty much all pro-Israel.
I mean, that one debate we watched, that one girl was hardcore.
Yeah, but that's ABC and Q&A. It's a bit different.
Yeah, I don't really mind ABC. ABC also does. Who does the? They do. I want to say it's like Channel 4 does like these documentaries sometimes. Is it Channel 4? They do these very interesting.
In Australia?
Yeah.
SBS? Maybe. There's 60 Minutes we have, which is probably not that one.
Channel 4 might be the UK.
Yeah, that's the UK.
I want to say ABC does it, but it's called something or something. All right.
Possibly. The ABC does do documentary stuff, so it wouldn't surprise me.
It's probably true. Secretly, my issue with Hamas isn't that they're violent, it's that they don't have a visionary leader like Bibi Nunu running the show. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe they do. Because by now, I think we all know how Australians feel about terrorism. But there are broadly held views that aren't really pushed by the media to the same degree. I.e., I don't...
Four Corners does... I say good... It's not good, but it's enjoyable. What they do is enjoyable.
There's been some really, really good pieces by them, though, that I've watched, and that have been well done about certain topics.
Yeah.
I think most Australians are cool with our spy bases being used to help conduct bombing campaigns that overwhelmingly kill civilians, and it would serve Australia.
It's an American base. It's only co-run by Australia, and it's mostly the intelligence service, which is called ASIO, Australian something intelligence something. I don't know. I don't care. Fuck ASIO.
Australia will if that view is further ventilated. Instead, there are active campaigns to suppress those views in an unprecedented level of information racketeering that's taking place, which I think is best epitomised in this article.
I might agree with him.
Information racketeering, he said.
I might agree with him on this one.
Beg implored to disassociate from son who attended Sydney pro-Palestine protest. Yes. When New South Wales MP Mark Buttigieg's son went to a pro-Palestine protest, the opposition leader of New South Wales, Mark Speakman, demanded that Buttigieg disown his 19-year-old son. Holy shit. That was like an extreme punishment in ancient Israel, let alone now. Listen to this. Of course, we can't control the choices that our adult children make, but we can disown them and disassociate ourselves. Mr. Buttigieg has not done that. Well, at least we learned what the Liberals' vision of ideal parenting is. Take notes for next time, Mark. That's okay, son. I respect your moral objection.
Fucking ads.
All new McCrispy Deluxe.
I'm telling you, I think you can put ad blocker back on. I think they gave up.
This is how insane.
I have to install it on Opera.
Oh, it's fine.
The shaming and condemning on this topic has gotten even. The article concedes it's understood the university student left before protesters began making anti-Semitic chants and engaged in widely criticised acts, including burning the Israeli flag. Is this journalist from the future and he's trying to get his son arrested for time crimes? He admits he wasn't fucking there when it happened, even if he was. What? You're just not allowed to believe in Palestine's right to exist now. Is that the state we're in? How is that even a story? A state backbencher's son went to a protest. This is some serious psycho shit to write. No journalist gave a fuck about Mark Buttigieg before this. Sorry, Mark, no offense, but your whole crusade about licensing medical gas to save babies' lives. Boring. But as soon as Buttigieg is vaguely related to Israel, journalists are somehow deciphering his son's blurry face in a crowd of thousands, looking at how they can exploit a tragedy to wedge political opponents and allow their allies to yet again do the condemned bad.
I kind of agree. I don't think we're going to get much out of this one, to be completely honest. But
things pantomime. The journalist who broke this story, Alexei Dimitriadi, hang it up. Alexei, what you did was use the tragedy of October 7 to fill your article quota. How did this help?
Okay, and
how was it even fucking news?
And
24-hour news cycle, big deal. Like, what do you expect? This is what happens. This is the reason we don't do it. This is the reason we're trying to destroy it. It's ass garbage.
If Mark Buttigieg went to the protest and yelled that Friends was better than Seinfeld, that is blatantly anti-Semitic. But Alexei, you were too removed from that. As for the opposition leader, Mark Speakman, Mark, if we're holding politicians responsible for the actions of their family members, whilst you were the Attorney General of New South Wales, your police minister had a brother who was dealing fucking ice. I think that's a little more consequential than a protest, don't you?
This is so Australian domestic.
I mean, aren't all his videos though?
I mean, this is especially so. It's like, oh, there was someone in a protest. Well, this guy was dealing meth. Like, okay. Well, okay. Are you not doing the exact same thing he's doing? Like, I guess that's the point, but there's better arguments that you can make. Like, you could take anything from Sky News and use that because it's appalling. But instead you're using a single article from New South Wales. The Australian media. It's the Australian media's high horse, by the way.
know if he disowned his brother, and frankly, I don't care. Which just goes back to this article. Who fucking does? This is the same Liberal Party that wants to ban the boycott, divest sanction movement, but then has no problem demanding a political opponent boycott, divest, and sanction their own son. Isn't it always shocking how little the Liberal Party truly stands for? This article is just emblematic of a broader problem with the political and media class in this country, in that it makes news when a frontbench politician acknowledges that Palestinians are people.
If you go back to the first days after October 7, when the Israeli Defense Minister referred to a complete siege, he used the term human animals, and he said there would be no food, no water, and no fuel into Gaza. Now, in my part of Sydney, people are not simply getting their information through the media, they're getting information directly from the ground on Gaza. It's coming through WhatsApp groups. People are getting updates. People are seeing horrific images updated every hour on their phones.
Welcome to the new world.
What people are telling me is the concept of having access to clean water for many people has already ended.
That interview garnered responses like this from the media. Tony Burke blasted on appalling stance on Israel. Shame on you. Michael Kroger slams Tony Burke over support to fly Palestinian flag. Anger over Burke's Palestinian flag support as security agencies on high alert. How is flying the Burke's on appalling stance on Israel? Shame on you. Michael Kroger slams Tony Burke over support to fly Palestinian flag. Anger over Burke's Palestinian flag support as security agency.
Wow, you mean the Murdoch press has a unified message? No way. Groundbreaking reporting.
Agencies on high alert. How is flying the Palestinian flag even remotely controversial, especially considering that the Israeli flag was projected all over the Opera House, and especially if you support a two-state solution, which has ostensibly been every Australian government's position? The press Tony Burke wants to replace the Aboriginal flag over the harbour bridge.
This is the same country that puts immigrants on islands and keeps them there for a decade. What do you expect?
The fucking ISIS flag. I think we can all coexist. There is a complete double standard in the political and media circles when it comes to Palestine. Think about it this way. Every year, the Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council gives some of the most powerful people in the country a free trip to Israel. IJAC's Rambam Israel Fellowship Program annually sponsors visits to Israel by selected senior journalists, politicians, political advisors, senior public servants, and students.
Dude, I would love to take this trip and then ask them actual questions that they don't want to be asked. Get kicked out and never allowed back. Or maybe they'll just shoot me. They have a track record.
Leaders. I mean, go to Israel if you want, but can you fucking pay for it yourself? Why would some of the richest and most powerful figures in Australia allow themselves to be compromised by a lobby group? We live in upside down land. No one's embarrassed by these gifts. You can easily find the past participants of these trips on IJAC's wiki. Look, it includes Shari Markson, Israel's squad cheerleader on Sky News. Really investigative shit as always, Shari. Maybe you should ask the CCP for a free trip to Wuhan so you can finally get to the bottom of who started COVID.
Don't worry, buddy. Daniel Andrews already got his free trip to fucking China. That's when he signed up to the Belt and Road Initiative that was then torpedoed by the National Labour Party. Fuck you.
It would be no less ridiculous than this Israel trip you took. This is how lazy and compromised the Australian press are. And yeah, forgive me for being lazy at this point, but I really don't think you need to do any more than continue to read the Wikipedia page. IJAC Rambam journalist participants have included the Herald and the Weekly Times editor-in-chief Peter Blunden, and journalists John Ferguson, the Australian Financial Review's Ben Potter and Robert Bolton, The Age's chief editorial writer John Watson, the Courier Mail's
pretty much all Murdoch.
Dennis Atkins, the Special Broadcasting Service's Sally Watson, the Sydney Morning Herald's Louise Dodson, and Channel 10's John Hill. Don't you think that single paragraph gives you all the context you need as to why there's one dominant voice in Australian media on this issue? And that voice isn't even representative of Jewish views, which would be...
Okay, we got it. The Israel lobby. Oh, fucking hell.
self-evident as how many of them are calling for a ceasefire. The coverage of this issue in Israel is far more balanced than it is here.
Yeah.
Astonishing. Yeah. Virtually all.
All right, which one's Vosh?
I sent 2 Vosh links. So
Which ones?
I sent 2 Vosh links and I think 3 Ben Shapiro links.
Do we care about Argentina? The
Yes.
guy's gonna be a fascist dictator.
Is that the
6
Vosh link
months.
that I sent?
No.
Normies, but not.
Okay, the Wisconsin one. That's one that I had on the
Okay.
list. We'll do that one.
All of Australia's coverage is the voice of one very specific connected lobby group. We also just take it a trip.
What's the lobby group in America called?
Oh,
The
I don't
Israeli
know.
one.
I don't know. There's are you talking about the one that Ben Shapiro's a part of?
Is that the one that funds everything?
No, there's
all of the
multiple. There's
Republican
multiple
Party.
ones.
Okay.
Trip, current New South Wales Premier Chris Minns, which made his admonishments of fellow Labor MPs who show support for Palestinians ring a bit hollow, don't you think? Saying this when Labor MP Anthony Daddam gave a speech mentioning the Nakba that forced the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians in Israel. I'll remind him that he's not a delegate of the United Nations, he's a member of New South Wales Parliament. When we've fixed everything in New South Wales, you can focus on the Middle East. I mean, yeah, we are New South Wales, we should stay in our lane, but why take the trip? Why then try to enforce a hegemonic view within the New South Wales Labor Party on a foreign affairs issue? After all, New South Wales isn't the UN. Now, in fairness, Minns did stand up for Buttigieg immediately and stated that unlike the Liberals, he didn't want Buttigieg's son estranged from him for daring to walk on the grounds of a future event. But it really does show the absolute witch hunt environment IJAC has created in Australia, and I just really want to know why. Why bother? So we don't click the abstain button in the UN as much?
Okay. I'm over it. That was nothing. It was just more of the same, really. Ugh.
Going back home.
I was talking about Nazis.
Yeah, there's another one I
Usually
sent
makes
as
them look
well.
pretty dumb, and it usually leads to a bunch of people on the far right denouncing them and calling them feds, which is
Part
an
of the
indication
world.
that they're embarrassed of their behavior, and that's good for us because the embarrassment makes them look less cool, and the less cool they look, the less effectively they can galvanize potential conflict in favor of recruiting new people, and it reminds normies that Nazis are a real threat that need to be taken seriously, even if
Okay. What the fuck?
your path. Will you have sensible governance led by a Democratic majority in your state house and Senate, or will you have the LARPy Nazis in the gay uniforms? You know? Let me see if I can get better video of this. I thought this video would be longer. Here we go. CBS Chicago. Chicago.
Hey, that didn't echo.
Yeah, I agree. This feels very, very like
that one did.
Everyone wear a uniform is one thing, but like the brown shirts didn't all literally just dress up in the colors of the flag they represented, you know? It's just like, hey everyone, we need to wear red and black because that's the flag color, except they don't even have red in their Nazi swastika flags. It's just a swastika. So why are you wearing red? Just wear all black. The red looks stupid.
Because they're the blood tribe.
Wisconsin's governor is calling a march by neo-Nazis through downtown Madison truly revolting. Nearly 2 dozen members of the
whole
group
15
walked
of
along
them.
State Street towards the Wisconsin State Capitol.
Wait, did he say who the group was? Go back. Hang on. We might have
No, I don't think they did.
Facebook post. They don't quote.
Black. The red looks stupid.
New at 10. Wisconsin's governor is calling a march by neo-Nazis through downtown Madison truly revolting. Nearly 2 dozen members of the group walked along State Street towards the Wisconsin State Capitol before ending up at James Madison Park. Police monitored the march, saying a Facebook post, they don't, quote, support hateful rhetoric, but that the department has an obligation to protect First Amendment rights. The Midwest chapter of the Anti-Defamation League urged communities to do.
By the way, I just want to say, I know a lot of people have like a snap reaction to stuff like this, but I think it's great to allow them to march around, and I'm not joking. We're not at a historical moment where people like this actually pose much of a direct threat. We're not in the brown shirt era at the moment, meaning that doing shit like this basically just makes them look really bad and reminds people that this is like a real thing.
Hey, did they get smaller?
And what's more, if
Yeah, they did. It could be a different chapter because that one was Florida.
Well, they travel.
Mm.
The
Yeah,
blood tribe.
I imagine that there
because
might
they're
be
not
25
the only
of them in
fascist
total.
group. nor are they
Yes.
the biggest, but yet they
Mhm.
appear at all these things constantly.
Mhm.
Why? Because the guy who runs it loves attention. That's why
Yeah.
he, made a
Good
coalition
marketing.
with Boneface, who is a complete
Mm.
liar and makes vague Slavic
Yeah.
noises.
If they had a clash with police, that would be exactly what they want. Like they would love the attention of a bunch of police officers, like
Gunning them down. Cops based for once.
Those are the police, Fosh.
That's right. Now, blue on blue violence. Let's go.
and the blah blah blah, like, oh yeah, we're being persecuted for our blah blah. Yeah, they would love that. So just having them march around like a bunch of dweebs, so everyone gets like this nice 50-50 reminder that A, this is a thing to be worried about, and B, like their safety isn't being threatened right now. Yeah. I don't know. How many are informants? Statistically speaking, about half of them.
Protect
Pretty much.
First Amendment rights.
Probably about 60% actually.
The Midwest chapter of the Anti-Defamation
like 8
League
of them.
urged communities to do more to stop
The
anti-Semitism.
Nazis were also mocked in the 20s. Yeah, okay. I'm not saying don't take Nazis seriously. I think anyone who's watched this channel for any length of time would know that I'm not saying don't take them seriously.
You
What
do,
I'm
though.
saying is that I know that we often
Nobody on the left takes Nazis more seriously than the guy who constantly platforms and debates them like they're serious people.
of like Antifa battling Nazis on the streets, but I don't know, man. I've been doing this for 5 years, and after pretty extensive like looking into both contemporary and historical examples of this happening, I think it almost always benefits them to do the fighting because it gives them the attention that they want. It projects their image. It gives
Mhm.
them the opportunity to make
Yeah, you
public
should point and
speeches
laugh.
addressing such and such.
Uh-huh.
Usually, like mocking them works when they're in a position where mockery is the only consequence of
Yeah.
what they do. If they start getting strong enough that mockery is no longer sufficient in and of itself, mockery is no longer the appropriate response.
Yeah.
In this instance,
He's
though,
100%
like
correct.
battling them on the street gives them exactly what they want. Just mocking them is great, Look, even Nazis know this is bad optics because Nazis online will instantly call people like this feds the moment
Yes.
shit like this
Mhm.
Like every
happened in
far right
Australia.
person online is racing to their keyboards right
Well,
now.
well,
in
like
Florida.
today, this car crash, because they loved Kiss so much, right? That happened. Immediately, people are writing about how it's a false flag, and I wrote, if everything is a false flag, where's the event that they're supposed to be ushering in? Everything is a false flag to these people. Where's the event? What's happening? So
Yeah.
it's like immediately, it's like the only thing worse than the people immediately running with it was a terrorist attack by Hamas are the people saying it was a false flag. For what?
Yeah, exactly. What
And the
happened?
people who are saying that are the ones saying we should close the border to Canada, But false flag
Not
to
that-
get what you want, to close the border to Canada, even though it was a US, to Canada hit.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't a hit.
Ridiculous.
I mean, it was technically a hit. They crashed.
They nailed it. Spectacular fashion.
To say, oh, these guys are fed, not real, not us, feds, nice meme, every single time. So I think we should take that into account and acknowledge that if they're embarrassed of this, it's like Charlottesville, right? Like Charlottesville made them look really, really bad. And a lot of that was just because they, actually showed up. I love it when they show up. I think it's great.
Vosh,
Fantastic
it's
when they
because they killed people.
Yeah. That's really what it was. Like, to overlook that is kind of wild.
show up because it usually makes them look really bad.
There are bad guys on both sides.
Why do they have a pirate Nazi flag? I will acknowledge, in addition to every other criticism that I am making, that their flag is really ugly. It's literally just a swastika. At what point does actually fighting them become effective? Like, how much power would we need before those optics turn in their favor? Okay, I didn't want to turn this... I've had this conversation before. It's very...
I don't know. Punching Richard Spencer in the face on camera was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
but these guys are like all roid heads who are trying to like fight people.
Yeah.
Richard Spencer is a weasel who is avoiding confrontation. So you have to adjust your tactics to not give them what they want.
Yeah,
like how America gave Bin Laden everything he wanted.
Yeah.
And people never like what I have to say. Okay. based on what I understand, even back during the days of the brown shirts, directly confronting them almost always served their interests. And that's usually because groups like this...
Don't you do that, though? Fosh, don't you directly confront and debate these people? And serve their interests? And you're arguing against yourself now.
in media who have an incentive to lionize the behavior of the Nazis in opposition to whatever force they confronted. Whereas when leftists go out there and do the same thing, we don't usually have that privilege. Like, far-right media will defend, like, Charlottesville. Trump defended Charlottesville, but Democrats rarely go out there and start, like, hardcore propaganda posting over the victories of Antifa or whatever. I don't know.
According to the right wing, they do.
Didn't do anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The gif of Richard Spencer being punched is satisfying for you.
Oh, look, he's talking about it. So, like, we have a video. It's an LTech video that we do with my friend Dustin, and we talk extensively about a specific group who, it's like the NC131 or whatever they're called. They used to be one of the most active groups in that region. But the whole thing is just about how, with him running like socialist gun clubs and their confrontation with these people, it's a brief part of the entire thing, but it's a good 10 to 20 minute chunk where we're talking about how violent and dangerous these people actually are. And we even include like confrontations that he talks about in his experience.
Yeah.
What we have to remember about Vosh is that lately, that's why he's like cleaned up a little bit and put on like a nice pair of glasses, and he's cleaned up because he's starting to touch grass more. But anyone, who does this for a living, which, like we are doomed to become, are serial non-grass touchers.
The episode is episode 34, by the way, if anybody's interested.
And if you go to our playlist, there's a whole LTech playlist as well. It's easy to find.
And do leftists have guns? You can also find it on any of the podcasting platforms. Just search Let Them Eat Cake. It should be at the top.
It should be satisfying, but don't mistake what is cathartic for what is actually good politics. There are literally historical examples of these big confrontations between brown shirts and like opposing like social democrats or leftists or whatever, and examples of this happening in America as well, like before World War II, before our involvement. And what I found is usually it doesn't actually work that well for us. And a big part of that is because fascists are the group that get off on being militaristic, violent, radicalizing people based on the perception of committing violence, and getting people in media to lionize their violence. We don't. That's their thing. We don't do that. Our allies in media aren't as aligned towards those interests, which usually means the most that we get out of conflicts like that is the average person looks at it as two groups of extremists fighting one another. They see Nazis and they see Antifa and they think, oh, wow, look at those far right and left lunatics duke it out. In my opinion, I think the best possible outcome when shit like this happens is just for everyone to look at them and think, wow, they're still around. They look ridiculous. That's bad. And then like be negatively polarized accordingly. I think that's way more effective. Keep in mind, the reason they do shit like this is to stir up controversy and conflict. They want videos of some like soy-faced, colored hair Antifa dude showing up, like walking out of a Starbucks and going like, dude, that's a Nazi swastika. You can't do that, dude. And then recording videos. They like have Andy Ngo right there on the side with a video camera, like ready to take videos of confrontation so that they can have 1,000 far-right YouTube channels. And politicians go like, we need to deal with the terror of soy boy Antifas fighting people on the street. Like, they want that. They're fully prepped to do this. They have a whole apparatus of doing this, like that's the whole point of them doing this, them just walking around and not doing anything, then going.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think them marching around is good for recruitment. I think, as he's saying, that if they get into a fight and they beat the shit out of people, that's good for recruitment. If they get attacked while they're doing essentially nothing, at the end of the day, they're just walking, being fuckheads, right? If someone was to walk up and attack them,
Patriot Front does these little parades as well.
Yeah, and they want people to attack them. They want the Antifa groups to show up. They want that confrontation because, one, they can play the victim play, and 2, they're likely, if it's a fair fight, which generally isn't, because people who participate in black bloc are smarter than to fist fight people. Not advocating, but it's smarter to not take them on in a fair fight. But it also looks worse for them in a PR aspect for it. So you're better not engaging them unless they engage, which then makes them look bad, which doesn't really help either, because the media, the right-wing spaces, are going to turn it and make it look like it's them getting attacked anyway. So just don't. Yeah.
Back home, it usually makes them look pretty dumb. And it usually leads to a bunch of people on the far right denouncing them and calling them feds, which is an indication that they're embarrassed of their behavior. And that's good for us, because the embarrassment makes them look less cool. And the less cool they look, the less effectively they can galvanize potential conflict in favor of recruiting new people. And it reminds normies that Nazis are a real threat that need to be taken seriously, even if right now that threat is only at the level of them doing a gay march through downtown. Does everyone understand what I've said? The best case
I'm
scenario
not gay no more. I am the
is not us fighting them, because again, that for normies, that's just like two extremist groups fighting each other, but rather them confronting police. Historically, when these
Patriot Front's my favorite group out of all of these losers, because they all have these matching uniforms and they go marching in rank
they're
and
also my
file.
favorite because we have leaked footage of them.
Training.
Yeah, and it's really funny.
It's so funny.
If anyone hasn't seen this Patriot Front frisk video,
are you going to bring it up?
We have it's in one of our videos. I don't remember if it's a Ben Shapiro video. It should be out. Where they talk about how Patriot Front is all feds. I think Tim Pool. No, it's Tim Pool.
It was Tim Pool, yeah.
And we show the footage, and I'm like, are these feds?
Guys confront police, it always makes us look good. Because while police do have strong sympathies to the far right, generally speaking, that's not so much the case that they'll usually not, try to arrest them if they get out. Even in cases like Charlottesville or whatever else. Like, the police may have sympathies to the far right, but they're not literally 100% of the time completely on board. So as a consequence of that, when the police and these guys end up fighting, which, hey, remember when that happened at the Cenotaph in the UK just a couple days ago? Remember? Seriously, look up examples of far-right protesters fighting with police. They make us look fantastic.
See, this is the thing.
The only people
making Hinkle look like a moron, it helped Hinkle, because I think Vosh destroying Hinkle by just being able to use Wikipedia to diffuse everything that he says. Like, I don't understand how that helped Hinkle. Besides, Hinkle, and his handler wanting to have as many platforms as possible. Like, a lot of Syrians are technically platforming Hinkle just to say, hey, don't follow this guy, and we'll show you him specifically, Like, I don't know if that... I think that's one of the good examples of someone that he did a good job of, showing how silly they are. With the fascists, they're too nonsensical to actually debate.
Yeah.
Hinkle at least tries to deceive and use unreality that can be fact checked.
Yeah, it's all just nonsense. I mean, look at the Order of the Nine Angles shit. It's just nonsense.
Yeah,
it's
did we
nothing.
help them by telling people who they are?
No, the whole video is mocking it. We could read it and mock the whole thing.
But also, like Jake says, is these are serious people who do have killed. Same with Adam Waffen. These people have killed people.
Yeah. So it's, as Vosh said, it's mockery is time and place. Everything is time and place. So that's very important to keep in mind.
Really support the police are right-leaning normies and the right, which means when the far right fights with police, they're splitting their own group. There are people on the right who are split between supporting Nazis and supporting the police, and that dissonance, that fracture, that split causes them to fight with each other, well, we look great. All we have to do is kick our feet up, lean back on our deck chair with a big margarita and
look how good the Cop City people looked when they fucking firebombed it. They looked great. Looked
Did you
fantastic.
see the Fox News called them Treehouse Antifa?
They should adopt that. That's
They are.
hilarious. That's awesome.
go like, haha, look at these like cops fighting cops. Look at these fash fighting fash. Haha, we get to make jokes, pig on pig violence. Woohoo! Like, wow, one guy has his hood on, one guy has it at home. Woohoo! We get to make all those jokes.
I already
And
did that.
meanwhile, the right is fighting with itself. Remember after January 6th when there was a really big schism where the right had to decide whether or not they were pro-cop when the Capitol Police defended the Capitol building against the January 6th protesters? That schism actually led to a lot of people fracturing off the right. Not so many people that Trump is no longer like a viable electoral threat, but enough people that it, caused fracturing within their ranks. Having them clash with police forces a lot of people on the right to really reevaluate their beliefs because they have to decide whether or not they're actually in favor of the police or whether or not they're, in favor of something else that occasionally conflicts with the law. And I know that seems like it'd be easy for somebody who might otherwise be sympathetic to Nazis to resolve, but you have to understand something really important, which is that most conservatives are retarded.
True.
Okay, sorry. Look, I'm sorry, guys. I've looked at this so many times because I've talked about Antifa a bunch, and I remember all the protests outside of Berkeley. This is my opinion on the matter. It is not the same as downplaying the threat Nazis pose, not even remotely. I think it's a very sensible, evident...
Idiot chatter idiots. Typical. Completely missing the point.
Evidence-based, well-thought-out approach towards the thing. But, how does this tactic work in a situation like Palestinians are in against Israeli fascists? Totally different. So don't even. Complicated. Don't even. I'm specifically talking in Western countries when you have LARPy ultra far right protests that march around in public that aren't starting conflicts with people and they don't have a specific counter protest to go. Very specific. Very, very specific. Okay. Yeah. Whew, okay. Just Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. My worry is that it gives police an opportunity to look effective and necessary. I'm completely okay with police looking effective and necessary.
Yeah, look, cops looking effective is better than Nazis succeeding. It's the same thing, but it's better.
If they are doing so while truncheoning some dipshit with a swastika flag. I will, very much like I will render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I will give credit where it is due, and I will support the police in the capacity of them crunching down on a Nazi protest group. Okay, sorry, that was a lot of talking that I did without breathing. I'm trying to get oxygen back to my brain. Yeah, okay.
An obligation to protect First Amendment rights. The Midwest chapter of the Anti-Defamation League urged communities to do more to stop anti-Semitism, saying in a statement, "Now is the time to speak out against anti-Semitism, extremism, and hate, and take the necessary actions to ensure Jews feel and are safe."
Nice beam. Okay. I didn't expect to talk that much in that subject for that one. Hey, Vosh, what about Malcolm X when he talked about fighting back? You don't... I hate you for asking that. It's complicated.
Do we
Fighting
care?
back...
Are we done?
There's another Vosh video as well, so...
Yeah, that's what I was going to change to, because he's done talking about that.
Try and wrap up.
What?
Nothing. I just saw Emma with two moms being compared to China, so I'm saving that to watch later.
Oh my god. There's so much shit about her coming up recently. God, just leave her the fuck alone. Holy shit, she's so nice. I just fucking leave her alone. I can't believe people have an issue with her.
I know, right?
It's so insane. Like, I remember when I was like on that side of shit during like the Gamergate times and whatnot, and it popped up, and I'm just like, okay. I'm like, what? Sure. I don't care. It's an ad. Move on. Who gives a shit? There are good ads and bad ads. If you think it's a bad ad, who cares? It's a fucking advertisement.
This is the last video, and then we're gonna go
Yeah.
kill some ants.
Kill some bugs.
These fucking red ants.
About the BPF Andrew versus Matt Dillahunty modern day debate clip where Matt leaves after BPF's file opening.
Thanks so much, James, and thanks, Andrew, for being here, and all of you for showing up. Humanism has as its focus the betterment of humanity in this life, while Christianity has as its focus adherence to a God and the disposition of souls in an after. There are human
voice
say about don't get to practice it.
What a
And in
nerd.
I would like for the common
God damn the opening statement.
good. If you have an objection to that or a better goal,
Appreciate that very much. Appreciate everybody being here. All of you are way too stodgy.
Goatee's doing this man no favors.
I want to let all of you know that. Ladies and
Awful
gentlemen
choice
of
of, facial
all
hair.
pronouns, the Z's, the Zers, the hims, and hers, I would like
Oh, I can't listen to this guy for like
Lol.
5 minutes. Hold on, let me see.
I was thinking the same thing.
for human flourishing, because if there's no humans, how do you flourish? So I guess in essence, step one, I remain
For
unconvinced.
those who don't know, this is the guy who said he wants to raise the birth rates. And I was like, okay, what about these policies that have been objectively found to raise the birth rates? And he was like, no, we can't do that. We actually need a Christian.
What you mean,
ethno
like
state."
baby bonuses and shit like that? That actually work?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Like, here, have a kid, get money.
We actually need to do neo-Nazism. This is that guy.
Step two,
Oh,
I
boy.
need to be convinced, so I am no longer unconvinced. And step three, but God not real dough doesn't matter here. I've already granted it to still demonstrate just how stupid this ideology actually is. With that, I'll yield my time, and I'm happy to get into it.
hey, James, I just sent you a message.
All right, we are going to kick it into an open discussion. So 50 minutes, and let's kick it.
No, I don't think so. I'm not going to sit here and dignify the preparation that I went through and what people were here for.
You're so indignant.
Keep interrupting me.
I am.
Okay.
You're so indignant.
Would the moderator like to step in so that I can finish? my
It's
thought?
true. Like the only engagement that I had with BPF while I was talking to him was the fact that I could insult him. Matt Dillahunty just should not be here. You know,
Is
it's,
that that
it's such
guy?
a waste of Matt's time. For him.
So
to even
who's
be in the
who's
same-
who here? So the guy here is the Nazi guy, and then
Yeah.
who's this guy?
Someone who's not a Nazi, I guess.
Okay.
Atheist,
standards are
bro.
that
What's
low?
the video called?
The right can't debate.
Oh, okay.
same room as Andrew. Honestly,
Oh, please, Matt. Please. How dare someone have an opposing worldview?
I'm not going to sit here and dignify what was supposed to be a debate about Christianity versus secular humanism, which one's better for the world,
Yes.
with someone who clearly showed up with an agenda that has nothing to do with that.
I just like
Someone who refers to trans people
Here we go.
as deranged lunatics who will self-terminate if you dare to question them.
How am I wrong, Matt?
Someone who
Piece of shit.
misrepresents a quote from a debate where I said I wouldn't make a law about 9-year-olds having sex being legal with respect to the 9-year-olds, not that I was in any way in favor of it and that I was actually opposed to it, which I addressed during that debate. But moreover,
Yeah,
this
just
is not
don't
remote-
touch that subject. If that question comes up, say I'm passing
Which one
this
is
question.
Matt, though? The fascist or the not one?
The not one. So the guy in the brown jacket is
Interesting.
Matt.
remotely an honest interaction.
how do you even debate Andrew? He's insanely smug and self-righteous. Again, I literally, of all the debates I've had, I've never had one where I had to shout over the other person to read out loud the words of the study where the study was saying it did the thing that the debate was about while he loudly denied that was real. That's never happened to me. I've never had a debate on that level. So yeah, it's pretty.
Here's a solution: don't do debates. Nobody wins. Debates are one of the most.
We're
useless forms of
anti-debate, bro.
conversation.
You heard it
Yeah.
here first.
Just don't do it. It doesn't help anybody, and it's just party politics. At the end of the day, you're convincing your people who already agree with you, and the other people already agree with the other guy. Nobody's being convinced. Just don't stop doing it.
Be gay
It's
instead.
awful. Sure. do that. Kiss a dude. See if you like it.
Or an envy.
Sure.
Is it still gay? Hey, is it gay if you kiss an NB? Chat? It's a rhetorical question. Of course it's gay. You little
Remember when I was
you little
talking
F
to him
slurs.
and I had like a 2-minute spiel where I talked about like specific policies and ways to address the birth rate.
Why are
But I
you- why
opened
are
that
you gay?
spiel with
Still
I
echoes.
think good things are good. And then when I was done, he ignored everything that I said and he said, "So you said good things are good. I want to talk about that." And it's not just that he acts in bad faith, it's that he's not smart enough to disguise the fact that he's acting in bad faith deliberately. So when you talk to him, there is not even a slight doubt that he's just looking for excuses to throw the conversation. It's a
I
waste
read
of
this as, for some reason, because my speaker is slightly in front of the chat, right? So I read
Yeah.
this as homosexual Squidward for a second.
Sexual squid.
at least in my case, like I enjoy insulting stupid people, but maybe he's acting good. No, he's not. He's deliberately lying.
On the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable.
I don't know. By ratio, I
Yes.
think our chat always is like the gayest chat on stream, you know?
Yeah. Pretty
by,
gay.
By ratio, like all 10 of them.
He presented his position here. Has nothing to do with secular
Andrew
humanism.
didn't even talk about the debate subject. He didn't with me.
A good
either. Yeah,
ratio.
he didn't even talk about it was supposed to be about birth rates. Someone was like, "Oh, so this is why we need a Nazi society." Actually, yeah, it's a waste of Matt's time.
Humanism. From the get-go, it's all about me.
The bald
Matt
guy is
thinks,
Matt.
Matt
Yes.
thinks. Matt thinks. I'm giving what Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt
Matt's
thinks. What
position.
Matt
It's
thinks.
Matt's position.
I
It's Matt's
came in
position.
with the secular humanist manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't
your
just
positions.
that aren't merely my positions.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position, it
This
makes it
guy's not
valid.
serious, and I'm leaving. James, if you want a refund, you
Well,
let me
good
know.
day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr.
That's
Matt.
fair. See, so another good way of telling that Andrew doesn't actually care about the conversation and he's purely here to waste time is that if you're acting in good faith when your opponent is leaving off indignation, this is never how you would act.
Yeah.
Like you would be frustrated that they're unwilling to engage with your points, or you would accuse them of like not having answers to your arguments, or you would say like, no, I just want an answer to this or whatever. But
Mhm.
because he's not actually here to say or do anything other than just fill space, like it doesn't matter to him. Like it's like this is an equal outcome to anything.
I have a story about a kid who had like severe like something going on, like more than just the Tourette's he had, right? This notoriously weird kid. And it was cool because in college I saw him actually having human moments and like having friends and like walking around and talking to people, because like high school was vicious to this kid. But not that I feel bad because he was an asshole as well. But he would literally bully, even though this kid is like relentlessly bullied, right? He was bullying this other kid in like the study hall I had. And this kid literally had just had enough one day and took the kid and threw him over a desk and then started crying because he like resorted to like violence and thought he was going to get in trouble. And the
that's
kid
so
gets up and he
funny.
goes, "He was crying. I won the fight." It's like, bro, you got thrown over a desk. That's this guy.
It's like that. Have you seen the video of the fat kid that keeps getting bullied by this little shit, and he just turns around, picks him up, and pile drives him onto the concrete? He's
Yeah,
like
that's
12 years
basically
old.
what this was.
Yeah, I'm like that. That was one of the most
everyone has
satisfying
autism
videos.
in this scenario.
It was one of the most satisfying videos I've ever seen because this kid's obviously been bullied his entire life. Like he's a little chubby kid, right? And he's just
He like
that point
fucks
he's
the
had
kid
enough.
up permanently.
Yeah,
Like the
he
kid might
did.
need a wheelchair after. I don't know if
And
I
you know what?
I love it.
Fucking shouldn't have bullied him. Fucking just don't be a cunt.
Like just because he didn't get the opportunity to make his arguments doesn't matter because he didn't have any. So this is what I mean when I say it's so difficult to get good debates these days. You can look at literally any debate oriented channel or circuit, dude. It is like an actual trash fire these days, man. Holy shit. It's like all debate online went through a centrifuge and you went out in two.
Stop debating people.
It's always
Stop
been
it.
like this, Fush. You're just touching grass now.
Just stop debating people. Just stop. Oh, you want to debate? No, that's the answer. Just debate. No, stop it.
Two directions.
That's what I do. I
Either
just block them.
slimiest, most worthless, like debate goblin who doesn't care about anything other than getting clicks or attention.
So don't
Or on the
debate
other
him.
hand, somebody who understands that like the only way they could get debates is by engaging with the aforementioned debate goblins. Very, very difficult. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Modern day debates needs to do a better job getting better debaters. No, that's the thing. I feel bad for James. He can't. Bosch, would you also shut down discussions like this in the future too? This is why I don't like moderated debates, because if I'm talking to a retard, I don't want to dignify the retard by giving them the pomp and circumstance of like a 2-hour discussion that's being moderated by somebody who's trying to keep the reins on like an ostensibly good faith debate. You know what I mean? Like that. It's like having some like purported intellectual framework superimposed over the hard toilet shit fight. It makes the whole thing that much worse. You know, if you're just having somebody on and like insulting them or whatever, like that's fine. But you know, that's its own thing. But yeah, it's not really James' fault. It's just the problem is like it's just really like dry out there. You know, the right doesn't like engaging in debate anymore because the right knows there's no way to logically defend their positions.
Yeah, I wouldn't go
Oh,
that far.
this is something that's arousing here, huh? What is
I don't
that
even know
whole?
what
What
the
is that little butthole creature? Can we go back to that?
I can't scroll on the
I
app.
know, I know.
It's weird. Help stop deep sea mining. Nice.
Oh,
There-
that's one of them chubby octopuses, I assume. What are they called?
The one from
The
Finding Nemo.
tiny octopus, the pygmy octopus,
Mm.
the huggy octopus. What's that thing
Yeah,
called?
whatever it is. I don't know.
The secret
I'm not sure what it's
octopus.
called. They're adorable.
Point in time back in like 2015, 2016, 2017, and a little bit onward, I think, where the right had this big like the right had the image, like the impression of.
Also, I just want to address this now because it came in now. Yes, like we were kind of more making a point that Kazakhstan would be an easier get than Ukraine. Not so much their development stages. Like it wouldn't be much of an issue for Russia to go into Kazakhstan and take the country as it is proving to be in Ukraine. Like it would be more or less the same as Georgia.
Of being able to debate better than the left. So they were really interested in performatively debating as a way of showing they were more capable of engaging in confrontational disagreements than the left was. But then when the left started debating more, the right realized it's actually really bad at it. And as a consequence,
No, the cuttlefish is different.
Basically, every large
is different. It's the little pink octopus in Nemo is the one we're talking about. They've got really short fins.
right-leaning channel that used to make their name on debates either doesn't do them anymore or only does them in curated environments with college students because they know for a fact that they would lose in direct engagements with their equals. So they don't do it anymore. Even like conservative YouTube channels that aren't huge but are like moderate sized have mostly shored up their walls and just don't do it anymore. You know, they're getting worse over time with college students as well. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that probably ended with the libertarians trying to debate pedophiles and coming off losing to pedophiles. That's probably what stopped it. I think that might have something to do with it.
So what? The only thing we can say to them is to make them embarrassed to even exist in the first place. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with having debates with retards. Obviously.
Dumbo.
However,
that's right.
There are some types
Dumbo
of
octopus.
And it was
usually,
because
like,
it
there are
was
two
the name of my thing in the Google Docs, right?
Yeah, the Dumbo octopus.
things that will make me just
Which,
flat out.
you know,
not
it's only recently been like discovered. I heard.
One of them is the belief that they don't actually believe in anything and are purely doing it for attention.
Mhm.
Like there's no substance to the conversation outside their willingness to get like eyes on them. You know, the big thing for this was Jackson Hinkle a few years ago when I talked to him. Jackson Hinkle doesn't believe in anything, nothing. He has not a single sincere belief. You can go watch the conversation if you want. I did a bunch of research for that convo on like Syrian war conspiracy theories vis-a-vis like chemical weapons attacks on the civilian population, and none of it mattered. He didn't believe he very obviously had no interest in actually like convincing anyone in my audience. He was purely there to like giggle at my efforts to.
It's because he's an information warfare agent, and this is why you don't debate people.
Well, he literally, you can see him communicating with a handler on a lot of these earlier stuff
Yeah.
as well. Like Sam Cedar points it out specifically in his debate
Seriously?
with Sam Cedar. Yeah, like
That's
so
hilarious.
dude, the Sam Cedar Hinkle debate is really funny actually, because like Hinkle is having all these technical abilities because he's connecting through like a proxy agent that
Yeah,
needs to
which
monitor
is
everything he does, you know,
interesting.
because he was still being handlered at the time.
Mm.
I'll
Yeah,
try and
now he's
find
got
it.
his.
I'll
now
try and find
he's-
it specifically
Yeah,
for
now
you.
now he's got his wife.
Yeah, wife.
To explain how he was wrong. Yeah, he was exactly gleefully insincere, right? So in conversations like that, I get nothing from those conversations. They're not fun for me because I'm talking to a wall. There's not even like a back and forth, you know. The only person who could possibly benefit is him,
It's an
and it
hour
doesn't
and a half long.
because his
Put it on
benefit
the
is
list.
purely through the attention.
We'll do
It
it
doesn't
another
have
day.
like any
Come
Bro,
back for more.
Bro, this is so old. Hinkle, Hinkle's subscribers say 336 out of 400. That's how old this is. He
Jesus
like
Christ.
so like I'll show you. His stream eventually fucking breaks, and Sam is looking at himself several times and can't help himself but laugh about it. It's so
Okay,
funny.
we'll put it on the list. You'll have to come back for this. Can't hear it.
Huh? Hang on.
Can't hear it.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Will lizard be munching on spinach?
And that you said you had a problem with warmongering and sanctions on Venezuela. You don't have a problem with the 12% increase to the State Department when
Senate, Jackson.
But don't you think it would be important to at the least get a vote on that in the House?
I mean,
also he named this Sam Debates Electoral Politics with a Jimmy Dore fan, but originally he named it something else, and he got really upset about it, and then Sam Cedar clowned on him on Twitter about it. It's so funny.
I suppose. I mean, I think everybody has said they're for it. It's not going anywhere.
So why don't you support the squad delaying these bills, all the ones I just listed that passed by a small margin of votes, smaller than the squad themselves?
Things are not terribly relevant in the final analysis. I mean, what are the problems with, let's say, force the vote? And you wanted to talk about that, and you've quoted me from a video in which I initially talked about force the vote. Do we have that video? Play that video. Play a clip of that video, and I'm gonna tell you like what exactly what happened with force.
You need to look at the video to remember what you said.
It was a year ago, Jackson.
I guess your opinions have shifted a lot since then.
Well, I've also done
like a fucking normal
shows
human
since
being,
then.
you dickhead.
All right, here's the video.
If your views don't shift
my
according
only
to
caveat
information
about this
received,
is
you're
that-
probably a moron or a paid shill.
I don't know how well it's going. It is worth 300 plus to 100. It's going to be bad for Medicare for all. And I was like, well, at this point, it's quite clear that the campaign for force the vote had already basically taken off. And at that point, do we just lose him?
No, I'm still here. My camera just went out. I don't know what happened.
Is that on your end? Because I could actually see me in your camera.
Yeah, no, it must be his.
It's on my end.
Anyways, all right. So, and at that point, I realized, like, okay, well, I'm not going to stay in the way of this thing because.
Then, like, at one point, Sam is pointing out that he's looking at the other monitor and appears to be reading, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, at one point, like, he won't stop talking, so Sam mutes him, and they're trying to tell him that he has to unmute himself, and that he starts going with this narrative that Sam silenced him on his show and stuff, and that he couldn't figure out how to get through the technical difficulties, and like
That's
Sam is
awesome.
just laughing but rolling with the punches at the same time. It's such a funny debate. An hour and a half to sit through, but absolutely worth it if you want to see like, you know, the real origins of Hinkle. You know, this is who really created the villain, Sam Cedar. This is his villain origin story.
That's one. And for two, I just don't enjoy conversations that much if they're so stupid that there's nothing.
Shut
to
up. You
get
love
about.
stupid conversations. Don't lie to us.
I get a lot of conversational requests like this, like all the time. Like I get debate requests all the time in email.
Yeah. See, this comment is right. He goes. Sam calls him a ding dong. He goes. He goes. It's my show, ding dong.
Vosh gets a lot of debate requests, but he doesn't respond to ours.
I didn't ask for a debate.
Oh, you did ask for a debate.
No,
Maybe
I
that was
didn't.
your problem.
I said, please let me explain Syria to you.
Doesn't respond to that though. He responds to debates from Jackson Hinkle and shit though.
Have to learn to filter for stuff like this, you know, because a boring
Well, he did respond.
Conversation is just
an automated response.
That was yeah.
It's worse.
No,
than
but he
Google,
responded.
you know,
A typed response. He said, "I'm busy."
usually-
That's
Literally, like there was a, like Turkey was doing pogroms and like bombing kids.
Yeah.
Like this is like the filter, right? But this filter excludes like everybody. Would Eddie, the Shaggy guy, fall into that category? I went into the conversation with Eddie, the Eddie guy, that TikTok fash, the red fash. I knew that guy would be going in.
Who am I
knew
explaining
the guy
Israel to who?
incredibly bad faith going
To
into the
Vosh.
conversation. So I went in there.
Does Vosh have bad Israel takes? I haven't looked.
No, the way I did.
I
so
don't look at like
honesty, it was
I have not watched
big.
so much of these people since the conflict with Israel started because I can't stand it.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm
how I
really
can't
on
stand
top.
them talking about Al Qaeda, but that's actually content.
That I didn't know anything so that I could bait him into making the declarative statements about the conflict, which I had a lot of fun doing, and I think it worked out pretty well. But that was mostly because I knew for a fact that guy was a bad faith actor from the get-go. Yeah, but shit show debates are funny, though. No, it depends on the shit show. No. Everyone says that because when they envision a shit show, what they envision is like this really energetic back and forth. But if you're talking to a person who doesn't believe in anything, there isn't an energetic back and forth. There's just like they'll say something stupid and you'll go like, okay, and then you'll have to spend a bunch of time explaining why that's stupid, and then they'll interrupt you and say some other stupid thing that might not even make sense with like comparison to the first stupid thing, and then you go,
We have a
it's-
great
it sounds
video.
like some show debates
We
are
have,
fun, but
we have
often
I
trust me,
meant
it
to
was like
do this
an
one.
effort.
We have a great video coming out
Like Yankee Tanky, for
where
example.
we accidentally react to Vosh's video on defending NATO twice, and both of us make completely different arguments on why NATO is not based both times. But then I like took it, edited it together like a game to make Jackie guess if we've evolved our takes because we completely forgot that we already reacted to this 10-minute video. So that's
it's
coming out
quality
probably
content.
this week, maybe next week.
Mm.
But it's a funny video. And then we also have one about how Vosh doesn't know anything about foreign policy when he debates the Vanguard, which part 1 is already out, but the part 2 is the actual debate that was like people underestimate that it's Vosh's worst debate. They always say these other ones that he talks to fascist where it was like a clusterfuck, but it's like, man,
this is pretty bad.
this one was so bad because neither of them have any clue what the fuck they're talking about.
Would be a good example of a conversation that I just don't find fun. Like the Yankee Tanky is like indicative of most of the conversations I feel like I'm having, where I'm just like a homeless guy yelling on the street.
Alrighty. Time to stand up.
Time to touch grass. I'm curious what you mean by this. Do Ukrainians called the war against Russia anti-terrorism operation? Or was this like back in the Donbass era before Russia full-scale invaded and they were using proxy and Gherkin and all them fucks? And yeah, you can let me know whenever. You can even let me know in a message because we're wrapping up stream now.
Just on
so-
Twitter. Wait, I got an ending one. Where
You're
is
gonna
it?
do a sound
Hi,
bite?
do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
That didn't echo
Hi.
for me.